So, before we begin, I basically just needed to announce the unfortunate passing of our cat, Shalquar. She passed away on Saturday, surrounded by family, and, completely peacefully. She had been diagnosed with cancer, very aggressive cancer, and, we were committed not to let it get to the point where she was suffering. Um, just the most amazing cat, most amazing friend. Um, she was with me through some horrible health issues of my own, and she was just right there for so long. So very, very rough, but it was the right choice, and you know what? She's up there with all the pets that came before, and probably annoyed by every single one of them. So, with that sad news out of the way, uh, let's get back into Dawntrail. Not nothing story-wise has happened since the previous stream. I basically just worked on getting Viper up to 90, so we can jump into the actual story with Viper. I was gonna do like a tank class for trials, but I mean I can always level that separately. To be honest, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you guys. I'm probably going to change classes like 20 times by the end of this expansion. I very rarely play the same class for an extremely long amount of time. Because, like, every single class scratches a different itch in a lot of cases. Um, so, yeah, it's gonna happen. But right now, I am, in fact, working with Viper. And as you saw last stream, it exploded mind for a bit, but I got my head around it. Excuse me. Also, one of the things I was doing while leveling, it was basically a combination of Boja, Frontlines, and just running dungeons. I really wanted this is actually from, what the heck is the name of the duty? Duty. It's, Vanaspati, the Palaka set. Because, I mean, they had to make weapons for 80 through 90, so all the dungeon sets, it's got those. These are freaking awesome looking. And then in staff mode, it looks really, really cool. So, I've pretty much figured out, I've figured out a way to work the crossbar so that Viper feels way more natural. I gotta do the Viper story quest, too, at some point. We'll probably wait on that a little bit, just so we can do more of the actual story. Especially because, like, the Viper story starts, and he's like, oh, so you've been to the New World, right? And I was like, no, actually, I'm doing this first. So we'll jump into the story and see how far we can get here. But, like, my burst window and everything, I've set it up in such a way that it feels pretty natural. It feels a little bit like I'm doing King's Rolling Death Cradle. Because once I pop the Dreadwinder, the combo, the way I've set it up, it basically goes XABYBA. And I can just kind of go around the world with the buttons. So, all that being said, let's jump over to... Actually, no. I want to go... Actually, no, I do want to do this. I just want to double check some quests. Especially because I noticed something. I didn't click on the quest. Because I was like, oh, I want to see what this is on stream. But there's something I noticed that I went, hmm? So there's a little quest over here. Also, there's a barding you can get from hunts, and I need to start doing hunts. The Chocobo's got a little poncho and like a sombrero and a stuffed like a plushy cactuar on its back. I need that. What is that? What's this? What's this over here? What is this? Oh, what is this little guy? Is that a corn mandragora? A maze dragora? I saw it. I saw it had a quest, and I said, no, I'm waiting for it till I'm on stream. I want some genuine reactions. Because I don't know what the... I mean, it's obviously going to be related to the mandragora, but, you know. Rustle. Robble. The rustling of this corn sounds not unlike a dejected sigh, and you could swear it is looking out at the ocean. Although most mandragoras have faces, at least eyes. Oh, woe is me. I love that, like, the what do you call it? The shuck part of the corn? It's like tied, it's like its hair. That's freaking brilliant. What's the matter, corn? Oh my god, it can, like, jump out of its little thing. You can see me? Oh, maybe it's not a mandragora. Oh, blessed be. For countless ages I have watched over these lands. When man first tilled her soil, I was there. When they partook of her bounty, I was there. A silent guardian of the harvest, my presence unmistakable. We're going to have to fight this corn. It's a primal. Yet the passage of time would bring change to the people. They began to forget the old ways. Forget me. They forget the corn times. Maize days. No, you know what? Let's just go back and stick with corn times. I traveled the lands hither and yon, yet no matter where I went, I remained unseen and unheard. I feared before long I might shuck this nigh immortal cob. Yet here at last I have found a kindly soul able and willing to lend me an ear. But will he lend me a hand as well, I wonder? I wish to help the people of Tural, fill their hearts and bellies both, lest their hunger invite terrible misfortune. All that are born into this world are deserving of happiness, would you not agree? So, let them eat, I say. Eat corn and be merry. Alas, I cannot reach them in my diminished state. Oh, he is going to turn to like a big-ass, like, monster corn. But you can, and so I shall bequeath unto you the most delectable corn dishes, which are then to be distributed to the masses. What say you? Yeah, let's do it. Russell. Such selfless... I don't know, how would you say Russell? Like... I don't know. Sugar. Such selflessness, such compassion. How long has it been since last I met a soul so grossly incandescent? Oh my god. He's Solaire. He's... I can't think of a corn pun for Solaire. Would that I could be so grossly incandescent. I am but a humble stalk basking in the warmth of your generous heart. Well, my friend, let us be off! The curious corn spirit is elected to be referred to as the corn servant, like the dawn servant. Speak with him again when you are ready to spread corn and happiness to the masses. This might be the most amazing quest I've ever... Final steps of fate? Nothing. Corn times, motherfucker. Goodness, how long has it been since man has taken of my corn? I can hardly wait. The hungry bellies of Tural cry out for such satiation. Let us sally forth. You know what? I was shitting on the escort quest last time. No. Corn forever. I better get a minion of this fucking corn. What am I to do now? I'm like to starve at this rate. His belly, it speaks to me. I bid you offer him this grilled corn. Grilled? Seared to perfection with the hope that yet burns in my corny bosom. Yo. Want some corn? Is that grilled corn? Why in God's name would you have grilled corn? Don't you boil it? Is that a thing? Is grilling corn a thing? Doesn't it need the water to, like, soften it? Or do you, like, boil it and then grill it to kind of get a sear... Like, I don't know. I don't know, chat. I've never heard of it. Hold on. This requires... Grilled corn. Okay, yeah. Grilled corn is the most effortless barbecue side dish ever. Okay, so yeah, you do the boil. I think. Huh. Well, that is something. Or is it the steam that... I don't know. Hold on, I need to look at this recipe. Direct on charcoal or barbecue. I did not know you could do that. I thought it had to, like, be in the water, in the boiling water, to absorb the water. Oh, I clicked. Damn it. That's awful kind of you. I'm new to Tuliolal, and it's been pretty hard. Harder since I lost my job. I've been so hungry lately I can barely think straight, but the smell of this corn with its smoky sweet arena has brightened my day. I can hardly wait to eat it. Feels like maybe my luck is starting to turn around. Thank you, sir. I won't forget this. This is Tuliolal Radio, wishing you a great evening. We're just gonna slow things down with some smooth jazz. It's really grown on me, the jazziness. Not that I didn't like it, it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, I did not expect you to go this direction, but I ain't hating it. Perhaps I'll simply skip dinner today. A belly and heart both in dire need of nourishment. Here, take of my cob. Let its earthly scent and savory flavors offer her comfort. Am I just, like, pulling parts of him off? Or is he, like, just, like... It's like that original, like, Ronald McDonald commercial where he looks like a fucking nightmare. And he can just, like, manifest hamburgers, that's his superpower. Out of, like, nothing. Just spitting in the face of God. Grilled corn? My husband loved grilled corn. Life simply isn't the same without him. One moment I think I'm fine, then suddenly I find myself brought to tears. Even eating has been a struggle, but I know he wouldn't want me to mourn him. Thank you for this. I'll try to do better, for his sake and mine. Her tears, it satiates me. What if, like, if you eat of the corn, it's, like, temporary relief, but then, like, it curses you? This corn played me for a fool. Yo, what's up? Want some corn? May I offer you some corn in these trying times? I'm so hungry, but I have no money. May the gods forgive me for what I'm about to do. Do you hear that, friend? His belly weeps from hunger. Pray offer him this corn. Let its smoky sweetness give him comfort and deliver him from foul temptation. Oh, he was gonna steal. I thought he was gonna off himself. I was like, whoa, whoa, buddy. I thought we were past some of that fucking dark shit once we got out of Endwalker, and I was like, oh, more lighthearted story. Is this grilled corn for me? Truly? My stomach has been in knots for days, thank you. It shames me to admit it, but I tried my hand at gambling and lost everything. I was so desperate for food I was tempted to do terrible, terrible things. Like sell NFTs. This corn has filled my aching stomach and helped clear my head. Oh, what a fool I've been. It's time to start over and get my life together. The rumbling of bellies in need has ceased. Come, let us find a quiet place to speak. Going up. He is going to be the blank tablet. It is going to be nothing but corn. Full glad I am to have helped the people of Tuliolal. Indeed, my colonel swelled with joy at the sight of their happy and content faces. And you, my friend, your kindness cannot go unrewarded. Meet me at the gate over yonder. I will see you duly compensated for your trouble. So is he like a harvest spirit, basically? There you are. I hope our little excursion was as fulfilling for you as it was for me. It was, corn friend. It is a terrible thing to be hungry. Unattended bellies are quick to fill themselves with pain and anguish, feelings that will lead the heart astray. Thanks to you, my corn has sated the hunger that would otherwise invite misery to this place. From the bottom of my cob, I thank you. Pray, take of my corn. May these kernels keep your belly full and spirits lifted. Now I must be going. While the people of Tilialal may be content, there are other hungry souls out there in need of nourishment. Until we meet again. Are there gonna be, like, other quests with this little corn friend? I hope so. Although, no, it would have had the little plus if it was a chain. But you never know. Tilialal corn. It's a crafting material. Really? For culinary, and I was like, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, it's a culinary thing. You could probably make grilled corn, I assume. Alright, story time. So, last we left off, we were about to help the Hanu with something. We're finding their elector. That's right. Also, cool thing about Viper. If you pop the either Pit of Dread or Dreadwinder to go into staff form, if you don't, like, putting it away and taking it back out, it's still going to stay in staff form, like, aesthetically, until you do a move that would split it again. I think that's kind of neat. Because I like how it looks in staff form, so being able to, like, just whip that out and be like, yeah, that's cool. I was worried that, like, after, like, a certain amount of time, it would just, like, automatically go back to the original stance, but no. Alright, Aaronville, what we got? Ah, everyone has arrived, and none the worse for wear. Except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. Despite your directions. Hey, I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is Hanu Village I was telling you about. Okanu. Book them out as you seek out the Dawn Servant Selector. And there's the Elector. It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they're still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed, let's do what we can to... Yeah, let's do what we came to do and find this Elector. There he is. How convenient. Ohokali! Yeah, Ohokali. So what now? It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you heard it the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the Third Promise and her entourage. I, Zanuhali, welcome you to Okanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be filling the duties of Elector during the rite of... Oh, it is the Elector. So our idea about the Electors was correct. We just do as Papa said and retrace his path through the saga. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know we are not quite ready to begin. For a moment, please enjoy the hospitality of the village. Yo, that bird thick. Should we poke around a bit then? We might pick up some clues about the feat. You know, prepare ourselves. That's surprisingly prudent of you. What, you think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed is all. You admire and respect your father, who's prone to decisive action, so I expected you to rush in first and ask questions later, or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker, who takes time to consider all possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. I can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn Servant you've seen thus far. I should like to speak with the head of reason one day. Oh, I'm not sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to look around Okano, then. Do some groundwork before the feat begins? Something like that. I mean, I could probably pass this test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Wuklamat has the right of it. As Elder Zanuhali is the resident of this village, learning more about it can only improve our chances in the feat. Might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Erenville, Alice, and Krile could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Wuklamat, Kilrath, and myself will handle the northern half. Sounds good to me. Alphino is like a fascinating character because he starts out as a little shit that you kind of don't like because he's kind of completely full of himself. And then, you know, after a couple tragedies and the complete betrayal of the, like, task force that he puts together that was basically using him, and then, you know, being on the run from the law and exiled, and, like, he becomes your best friend in Heavensward, and, like, he stays your best friend throughout the course of the entire game. Like, the two of you go through the ringer together. Like, you really, really do. Do I need to repair? Not really, but we'll do it. Like, you are bros by the end of Heavensward. I mean, Tataru was there too, but she was in a bar the entire expansion, so, I mean... Stormblood Alice really came into her own. And I do love Alice as well, but, like, Alfie is just... he's always the bro. And it's like, oh, video games where characters have, like, real growth and, like, real progression. Because he, like, changes so often. Well, not often, but so, like, immensely in the course of that expansion where he kind of learns that, well, A, okay, so I don't know everything, and B, I gotta stop making it all about me. We got bigger things going on. You heard about the storm. I've never seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and the help of the Dawn Servants, and we're making progress repairing and rebuilding our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there's so much else that was lost for good. All of the corn. There's a problem right there. Missing some walls. The gaping hole in the wall of the missing and the missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. Wuklamat, I have assessed everything by talking to one person and looking at a building. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hano I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. The storm broke more than wood and reeds. Must be something I can do to help them. I'm gonna look around a bit more. Alright. How close is, what about like halfway to the next level? Well, you seem to be doing fine with the damage from the storm. You're just like, no, I'm still fishing. The dry and shrunken bundles suggest the reeds were harvested some time ago. What am I... oh. Wait, where am I supposed to be going? Oh, there we go. Alfie, what's up? Woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a bird, and a beak and feathered tail in particular stand out. Alfie's just standing here like, I should buy a boat. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered in bundles here and there. The plants both holds a practical and cultural significance to the Hanu, then. Hello, can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. Let's go. We gotta hurry over, too. By walking very slowly. I freaking love the Aetherites in the New World so far. Like the blue going into like the red into the yellow. Like it's really, really pretty. Oh, Catboy's here.
ソラージャ兄さんと爆風ジャジャの野郎はまだみてえだな。
ここでつまずいてくれれば後が楽だけど、あの兄さんに限ってそれは期待できないだろうな。
Maybe he got lost.
ではでは、改めまして、私はハヌハヌ族の族長を務めるザヌハリと申します。そして、あなた方の王としての器を測る連合の選者でもあります。
And while I will do this as fairly as possible, a little payment, you know, I got some goods to sell, might help sweeten the deal, if you know what I mean.
ではでは、早速試練について説明するとしましょう。
Spelling bee.
あった、俺様を置いて勝手に始めてもらっちゃ困るぜ。
Yeah.
あいつ。
That chameleon head's eye is just in business for itself. It's just looking wherever it feels like.
はいはい。慌てなくてもこの試練に時間切れはありませんからね。ではでは、今度こそ。ここオックハヌはトライオラ女子氏の足の章において連合と私たちハヌハヌ族が絆を結んだ地です。その故事に倣って皆さんには足の試練に挑んでいただきますよ。
Feet of Reeds.
アシはハヌハヌ族の文化に関わりが深いようだが、一体どんな試練なんだろ
う。実は
Maybe we should wait for them to tell us.
近くの水田で足を育てていましてね。私たちはそれを食べたり編んだりして生活に役立てているのですが、なぜだか不作に陥ってしまいまして。そんな時、連合から選者に任命されたものですから、これ幸いと皆さんを利用しようと思い立ったわけです。皆さん、王位を目指す方々ならば不作を解決するくらいわけないでしょ。
Yeah, no problem. We'll just grow an entire field of reeds. That won't take that long. Or reverse nature. Yeah, no problem. What if this, like, the storm hadn't happened and the reeds hadn't died? Like, what the fuck would you have had us do?
そうでしょう。見事やり遂げた方には足の筆跡をお渡しします。
What if there's just, like, no way to fix the fucking harvest?
わざわざそんなまどろっこしい真似をしなくてもよ。実力行使で奪えばいいんじゃねえか。
おや、 バクジャジャ殿は血気盛んですね。
You know, you can't say Bakul Jaja. Well, actually, you can. Never mind. You can't say Jar Jar without Jaja. And Jar Jar sucked. There might be a connection here.
連合の戦者の中には
Fucked up that joke.
あなたのような輩を相手に従う者もいるでしょうが、そんな楽しくないこと、私はお断りです。同意もなく、
It won't be the last joke I fuck up.
即座に
I assure you of that.
連絡が行く手はずになっています。それでもというのなら、その剣を抜くが良いでしょう。
Yeah, I was gonna say... Pretty sure... Let's say you're not allowed to just like start killing the people that are issuing the stones. Yeah, I didn't want to fight anyway.
ただいまより足の試練を開始します。私の持つ
That's it, we just gotta fix a harvest.
超えてみせなさい。
Yeah, we'll just go back in time and like, grow them better, I guess. Science Man can probably just like make some better fertilizer, I guess. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking he's gonna genetic like engineering of like better plants. Her new name is Little Miss Mittens. I'm sorry, that's just gonna happen. I mean, they ain't wrong. But again, she picked a top tier. That's all it takes. I like how he's doing all this, like we can't hear him. Like he believes in, like, stage play and sitcom rules, where as long as you are, like, 2 to 3 feet, as long as you made an attempt to step away 2 to 3 feet for the specific purposes of talking so no one can hear you, they can't hear you. Just, like, reality rewrites itself in the way sound works. If your intention was not to be heard, you will not be heard. Yeah, you're damn right I'm gonna be a problem. So we can't kill electors. Could we just kill each other? Because they could just kill him right now. And just, again, just solve this entire problem. Oh no! He tripped and stabbed himself 15 times in the face. And to be fair, what the fuck is this guy gonna do to try to fix the fucking harvest? Science Man, I think, can probably figure something out. We'll, I'm sure, figure something out. Well, the thing is, we also have 3 science people. We got Crelay, we have LSA, and we have Alphino. I'm pretty sure we can think of something, too. But, like, what the fuck's he gonna do? Like, he's a moron. Not sure yet about the quest accept and complete songs. They're not quite as grandiose as the previous ones. I don't know. I gotta hear them more. We got boots. I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're gonna find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words. Bakul Jaja's the key to all this. He's a funnier character than we've ever had, so we really gotta get him working. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves and deduce the cause of their poor condition. Anvil, you take us to the field so the reeds are grown. Of course, follow me. This song I really like. This is nice. It's like peppy, but it's like got that exotic feel to it. Is that why jazz was chosen for Tuliala? Because to like the Japanese mindset, that would seem exotic. Or like, well, very American, which is, you know, this takes place in the like the event their equivalent of the Americas. Is that why? Because, like, you know, there's a lot of examples of that, like in Final Fantasy VI, Terra's name was originally going to be Tina, because to the Japanese, that's an exotic name. That's not a common name. But, you know, to someone in the West, like, Tina is just a name. Like, we think of, like, some Japanese names and think, oh, it sounds so, like, cool and exotic, and to them it's like Steve. Again, I ain't complaining, because Soken's a fucking genius with music. And that's a hell of a jazz track he's got going on in that city. This is more what I was expecting, and that part with the pan flutes or the pipes there, that has a little bit of like I've been in my head. I'm like, where I know this is reminding me of something. It's like Secret of Mana and like Second and Sensu 3 Trials of Mana, whatever. That's got a little bit of that in it. I'm trying to think of the zone specifically, but there's definitely some mana in there. It feels. Is that like when you go to the? I'm trying to think of the song when you're in the place where you have to like rotate the seasons. Does that have a similar song? Can't remember. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of the problem in no time. You go ahead and do that. You go ahead and look at reeds to determine how to fix them. And be like, yeah, I got this. Just feng shui this field. Give me strength. Let's all scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. As Zeno highly described, the reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. So I noticed the other brother isn't here. So if we, like, fix the reeds, like, if he... Because maybe you meet him if you take the other path with the duckbill people. But, like, if he's not here and we fix the harvest, when he eventually shows up, what is he gonna fucking do? Like, what task are they gonna have? And they're like, oh, well, the fields are fixed, so I guess we gotta think of a new job for you. I don't know, can you do a couple push-ups? I don't think they thought this out, because if, like, someone fixes the whole problem and they don't have a problem anymore, what the fuck do they do? The water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. Okay. The soil in these paddies is as one would expect. Rich in color, suitably moist, not dry nor flaky. Well, it better not be dry. I mean, it's literally covered in water. Lethargic frog. A small frog catches your eyes, strangely lackadaisical. Doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. There's your problem right there. Got some sad frogs. Yo, Alfie. Yo, I gotta tell you about this frog I found. frog is the key to all this. It's a funnier frog than we've ever had. It's a more lackadaisical frog than we've ever had. Seen enough? I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. Our discovery is... Well, what do you think? Any obvious problems? No. Except for the frog, apparently. I agree, the waters look to be of good quality, so does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. The frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests a problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. And it's not bad. I was going to say poison water, but it's not bad water. Someone let Miyazaki near the swamp. Just poisoned the shit out of it. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? Bet you're right, Alfie. Bacteria. We would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add to the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. Yeah, they're mourning their dead. They've suffered terrible tragedy, I know, but there's another reason for their flagging spirits, I believe. Go on? The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes, so I say we help them put on the festival, give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows, maybe fixing one problem will lead to a solution for the other. Now that's what a leader would do. Distract the populace with bread and circus. Don't worry about all that shit. Look, chariot races. You know what? Stranger things have happened. And technically speaking, the way this universe works, everything is aether. So, like, positive emotion... Well, especially Dynamis. Positive emotions, energy, high energy, maybe that could bolster the aether around the reeds? Question mark? Right? Oh my god, right? I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. I do too. Don't worry. Let's not be too hasty to dismiss the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. And he's not wrong, especially in this world, where like everyone kind of knows that aether is like that's like atoms, like it's like what makes up this world. So like everything is kind of connected. It's kind of like the Force, to continue the Star Wars analogies. Star Wars references and analogies in a Final Fantasy game. That's silly. Biggs Wedge. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose... Besides, this is Wiklamat's journey. It's only right we follow her lead. So whatever she decides, we're gonna do. Wook, I just want to remind you, we're trying to stop two genocidal maniacs from taking the throne. You better not fuck us on this! But yes, we're totally gonna follow your lead. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. The village is like 20 square feet. You didn't see it? In that build beyond the north? Let's go and see it. Erenville is just like, the fuck is this? These people are morons. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. Boy... that is a mood. Erenville is a mood that we've all been there. I'm always there. I live there year-round. But of course this is going to work, because this is... I mean, somehow this will work. I'll fight this thing for a second. So anyway, I'll show you. This is probably going to die too so quickly, but A, X, A, B, Y, and then you would go back to B, back to A. And then you can pop Uncoiled Fury. Although, I gotta look up and see on Icy Veins again when it wants me to weave in Uncoiled Fury, because Uncoiled Fury does have a longer, like, it creates a longer cooldown than the others. So I don't know what the... And I can stack them. I can stack up to 3 of them. So I don't exactly know when the ideal time... I mean, not that, like... The thing is, the meta... Castle Super Beast, Pat and Willie talked about this when they were talking about things in games that, like, people think is, like, a complete hurdle that they can't get over. That, you know, you need to do to be able to play the game, like, in fighting games. Combos are not necessary in fighting games. Just to be good at them. Like, to be okay at them. It's like, being really, really good at combos is like the difference between, like, Diamond, Platinum, or Platinum and Master or something. Like, you can get really far just with fundamentals. Same thing with, like, you know, RTS. They were talking about actions per minute. Like, just constantly doing something in an RTS. Like, you don't have to do that. You just... Broad strokes are fine. And in this, you don't have, like... Unless you want to do fucking, like... ultimates like those, yeah, okay, you might need to really kind of learn your meta. You can get by even with extremes and savages. Like, I usually ignore the positionals because I don't fucking care. The drop off in damage is not enough to dissuade me. It's in Final Fantasy XIV, what makes it, like, the only, like, hurdle, the only wall is don't die. You don't lose a Savage or Extreme or any fight in this game because you did slightly suboptimal damage. You lost because you stood in the bad zone when you shouldn't have stood in the bad zone. It's all about just do the mechanics, survive. The meta's great for those, like, you know, crazy-ass, super hard things. But usually you're going to have a team of people who are also doing that. But for 90% of the game, and the things you need to do in the game, and especially for the things that are actually required to finish, quote-unquote, finish the story, you can get by, just do it, whatever. You don't have to be optimal. The meta is overrated. The only things that the meta is required for, and I would even argue it's not even required, for everything probably other than those those crazy, like, ultimates that are, like, puzzles in themselves. Like, that shit, yeah, okay, everyone's kind of, you know, gonna really be on the ball. But for the most part, you can do even most of the optional side content, almost all of it. As long as you have some, just like a basic, fundamental understanding of the class. And basically just follow the rotation. You don't have to do it perfectly, you don't have to weave everything perfectly, just follow rotation. Go to Icy Veins, look up your rotation, so you have a decent idea of what you're doing. Also, I do need to talk about Monk for a second. But that can wait. Because I was messing around with it, and I realized some of the things they changed about it. There's more. When I did a cursory look last time, I didn't realize just how much they changed some of the classes. Warrior's one of the only ones that really, they didn't change anything. Other than just, like, some tweaks here and there, but it feels almost exactly the same. But anyway. Yes, this is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. Missing eye. That looks shorter than that one. So missing eye right off the bat. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? So we need a gem. We need... Is this feather missing? Nope. bedraggled feathers. These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear, the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Whoever's maintaining this boat's doing a shit job. Granted, I think it's probably the storm. Well, the storm wouldn't make feathers lose color, necessarily. Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? Yo, sup?
What's going on here?
We were admiring your festival float. 'Tis a shame it's in such poor state. Due to the recent storm, I gather?
Yes, we've had to leave it exposed while we were ushering our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings. No ihihana.
Ihihana, that's what the festival was called. I want to help you hold it.
Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined, we're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival?
Yeah, we thought it was kind of a dumb idea too, but we're going with it. I know how it sounds. She's like, hold on, let me cook. But given the miseries never improved anyone's... Giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you strength to work through this tragedy. The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits, but we don't have enough materials to repair the float. We need abakiksa for the missing eye, uyuipo wood for the poles, and the feathers from the wind's chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of these I know. Abakiksa is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and uyuipo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however... The wind's chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest without using wind magics. And that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reed steed will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of energies you naturally lack. Oh, so they're like koalas that only eat eucalyptus because they've, like, evolved themselves into a state where that's the only thing they can eat. And it has, like, no nutritional value whatsoever unless the babies, like, eat the feces of the mother to get certain bacteria and, like, stuff and enzymes that will help them digest it, but it's like... And pandas, too, that, like, eat bamboo all the time. It's like, that has no value for them. You just... Some animals are dumb, I'm sorry. Adorable. But not too bright. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. If we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by our custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. What you talk about, Alfie? The wind's chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor would be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. Yeah, it's an arcane focus. A foci. Precisely what I was thinking. The Boat of Reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus? For what? Oh, Ihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops. So if you repair the float and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but it's a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these all have been known to elicit miraculous effects. You're right, Alfie. Celebration, prayer, and ritual ceremonies have been known to elicit miraculous effects. It's called primal summoning. And it's a bad thing most of the time. But no, it'll just fix the reeds. Wait. The float? A tool for magic? This is the first time hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hope for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the hunter would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihana really does sound like a solution to all your woes, and I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and poles before, so he should know where and how to procure what we need. Then allow Alice and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okanu to gather and vie for the title of Wind Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. I was gonna say, I mean, Alice fucking helped make an arcane, golem that could cure tempering, so... And Alphino's, just a magical prodigy as well, so, yeah, the two of them, I kind of trust with that. I still need to finish the Pixie tribal quests, so I can get the Piggle mount. I'm gonna do that off stream. The three of us should visit the shipwright then. Actually, that's another thing I could have done to, do some leveling. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can, and the responsibility is mine, after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linuhanu. Nice to meet you, Linuhanu, and certainly, let's all work together. Alright. Yeah, it's Pictomancer. Oh, it's Krillin. Of course it's Pictomancer. I thought that was another player. I did mess around with Pictomancer on an alt. I'll still probably do the questline on stream at some point. It's an interesting class, but it just further cemented that I do not like how casters play. It's just not my style. I've never been a caster in any MMO or I want to move too much. And just standing there and, channeling a spell, it doesn't feel good to me. Some people can, nail that shit, though, so, I mean... Experience and knowledge are valuable assets, but there is something to be said for following one's instincts. The shipwright's name is Wook Evu. He's a Zabral who only moved to Kozumaoka a few years ago, but has since mastered our custom to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. You wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. A proper Hanu greeting? Oh, that one. Don't worry, I remember how it goes. We're about to have an international incident, are we? Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Oakbeckby, to the east of here. Actually, no, you know what? I'm working with my chocobo again. We'll ride him. I friggin' love the Boshin barding. He's got a little hat! He's got a little hat! And he also carries 2 Mike Stoklasa flasks. That was so freaking cute. But yeah, I definitely want the little poncho and sombrero. Is it Fate? Let's do Fate. We got 30 seconds, so I'm just gonna do this real quick. So I can get credit. There we go. I have now participated. I can now go. some of my FC mates who are further in the game than I am did confirm that there's a couple of there we go, Aether Currents that I'm not going to be able to get quite yet. I scoured the area a little bit, got all the Aether Currents I could find, but later in the game we are going to have to, and the next zone we're going to be into, I shouldn't kill myself over trying to find them all, because I'm going to have to get to like a back way that's going to give me the rest. This is Okbekpi, the village of all. Those who drift from Kozumauka, from Tuliolal, and elsewhere are welcome to live here among the Hanu. As for Wok Ivu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of a large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. Stay close to the candles. The stairway can be treacherous. Fabuluka! Ooh. How the fuck did I miss this one? How the heck? Thought I'd scoured this place pretty darn good. How am I doing on these, by the way? I have 3? I thought I got 3 before. Maybe not. Okay, so there might be a couple that I missed? I don't know how big this zone is. Oh, it's bigger than I thought. But I think everything like down here, because it seems like this line is more or less cliffs. So I'm thinking later in the game we're going to get this half. So I would assume it's half here, half there. But I've only found 3, and I've scoured this place pretty well off-stream, so I don't know. We'll find out. Ooh, I like this night theme. It's very peaceful. Yo, what's up? I love that Rothgar are, like, all over the fucking place around here. Like, we're finally getting our due. Don't fuck this up. I think I was right. I think she did it right. I was fully expecting her to screw that up. No, I was worried for nothing. Right on. I am trying to usurp them from within, you see. See, this story is going to be about her learning what it takes to be a ruler. If you haven't figured it out.
君の姿見覚えがあるような。ってウクラマと王女？まさか第一王女がこのようなところにおいでとは。このウケブ、礼儀を語っておきながら王族の方に無礼を働くとは別海のしようもございません。どうかその斧で人思いにこの首を。
怖えこと言うんじゃねえよ。まあ気にすんな。私は堅苦しいことは嫌いなんだ。
そうですか。では気にしません。
切り替えが早いわね。
That is like the most Japanese humor imaginable. Like that is just like bleeding Japanese humor.
実はイヒー花祭に使うみこしが壊れちまって。
Which is fine, because I actually find some of their comedy freaking hilarious.
ウユイポの木とアボキシャって石を使うんだろ。
そうです。
Actually, it's a little bit like British humor in a way. It can be very extremely like dry, or it can be like completely off the wall. Like both cultures are very into like manners and like station, and like that's so baked into their cultures that like comedy can be a complete subversion of that, which can either be really going super hard on the dryness of it, or completely opposite, throwing it on its head and just going complete surreal with it. Like you see something like, I'm trying to think of really good dry British humor. What the heck was that show? Judi Dench was in it, but it was really, really funny, but it was very dry, very witty. But then you got like fucking Monty Python and like Mr. Bean or anything Rowan Atkinson does, which is just freaking all, you know, all over the place. Blackadder kind of falls in the middle, which is one of my favorite series of all time. But enough rambling.
先の大嵐で被害を受けた家屋の修理にウユイポ材を使い果たしてしまったのですよ。アボキ社と合わせて調達には10日ほど必要でしょう。
悪いがそれじゃ遅いんだ。場所教えてくれよ。私が取ってくるからさ。
We got this.
そんな王女を使い走りのように扱うなど、礼儀を重んじるこのウケ部には到底できる相談です。
だから気にすんなって言っただろ。
そうですか。では気にしません。
I have a feeling this is like definitely like an archetype culturally that like is kind of over our heads.
俺は次のイヒ花祭のまとめ役だ。みこしを修理するために同行してる。本当かどうか眉唾だが、ウクラマトたちの話では、あれは足の不作を解決するためのマグでもあるって話だし。
Well, actually, when you think about it, no, that's an arc. I mean, it can be the way they're doing it is very, very clear, like a cultural thing. But that character that is completely overly emotional 1 minute and then immediately just calms down, like the snap to that, like that's in everything. Subversion, you know, it subverts your expectations, and when you really think about it, it's a story about family.
ほう、イヒ花祭の真の意味をご存知とは。昨今ではハヌハヌ族でも知らぬ者が多いというのに、さすがは王女ですな。
Yeah, lucky guess, actually. Education, what's that? We was just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what stuck.
アボ記者の方はお仲間に任せてもよろしいですかな。キキトラ道のあたりを探せば必要な分は取れるでしょう。
あそこなら何度か行ったことがある。
I think I might know what he's talking about. There was a cave where I found one of the Aether Carns.
よし
That's like the only cave I can think of around here.
行動開始だ
If it's that mother... Oh, it's one of his lackeys.
O 頭、面白い話が聞きましたぜ。
What are you gonna do about it? Like, you're also gonna try to hold the festival?
本命がダメだった時の備えとして泳がせておくのも悪くないかもよ。どうやらメス猫ちゃんにも使い道ができたみてえだな。
What is their first prospect? Do they have someone studying botany? So much fun having, like, Creeley around. Because she was, like, so, like, such a side character for so long. Like, it's almost like they didn't quite know what to do with her. Like, she spent all of Shadowbringers in a room keeping everyone's bodies alive while we were traipsing around in the first. And she was, like, in a coma for most of Endwalker, so it's like... It's like they needed to find a place for her, and Pictomancer's perfect. Alright, let's go. Yeah, I really like this night theme. But it's like, hey, she's part of the crew now. Who can? Couple of side quests here. I'll be honest, throughout most of the game, outside of, like, originally playing through Realm Reborn when it was, like, at level, where you kinda, it was leaves and it was, you scraped every side quest. But, like, now, there's, like, especially by the time you get, like, a whole bunch of roulettes you can do, it's not hard to level at all. And when you can just spam front lines and, like, especially once you hit, like, 80, or technically, once you unlocked Boja on one class, because you unlock it at 80, but you can go in at 71. So that's what, 71 to 80, technically to 90, you can even push it, because it still gives tons of experience. Southwest of here, was it? Let's be on our way. Oh, I gotta get my Chocobo out again. Hold on. Yeah, the other thing I did between streams, I have more I gotta clear out. Some of the stuff I obviously still want, because I can still turn that in. Actually, these tombstones are gonna be useless, I think. I don't think I can spend these. Yes, I'll see. But I cleared out a whole bunch of junk. Oh, I didn't even use this. Out of curiosity. I'm sure it'll look like probably all the... Yeah. Eh. Nah. Actually, let me pop another one of the... Extend that time a little bit. Come on, Volg. Volg, of course, a reference to the character in one of the Chocobo dungeon games. Or maybe more than one. Oh, that's a hunt. The Slammer. It's like a hammerhead crocodile dinosaur. That's kind of weird looking. I always liked Volg as a character. He was just like cool, badass chocobo. Like the Boshi of chocobo. Let's turn off the sound here. Cave Kikitola, as promised. Home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. You can spot Abokiksa by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me. I shall help scour the inside of the cave, then. Oh, I'll help scour the inside of the cave, then. You take the west half, and I'll take the east. We're looking for something green. I've done it. I've actually turned iron to gold. Percy, the thing about gold is that it is gold. What you seem to have discovered is green. On close inspection, just light reflecting off the water. So now X, A, B, Y, B, A, 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 A. You find a chunk of stone glowing a distinct shade of green. This seems to be exact material. Well, that was easy. Yeah, this is absolutely the cave where I found an Aether card. I think it was literally like right up there where that person is. Yo. I picked over the ground near the entrance, but found nothing. Do you have any better luck inside the cave? Hell yeah. I'm pretty sure this is uranium. We're all sterile now. Yes, this is Abokiksa. Along with Traily's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you brought shine very brightly. I thank you both. Oh, are they gonna warp us back? I love when they do that. Oh, never mind. That is something that sometimes happens here, where it's just like, no, we're not gonna make you walk back. We'll take you there. He would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader for this year's Ihihana. But when that big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell to me to carry on in his stead. That was why you agreed to Wuklamot's request, despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please, rest assured, we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival that two-headed guy will undoubtedly ruin. That we shall. With that, let us return and deliver the Abokiksa to oh god, all these names. Wuk-Ivu's waiting hands. Should I just do, like, mountain roulette and just see what happens? I feel like that could just be kind of neat. And dumb. Is it main commands? Mount guide. Mountain roulette. You know what? We're gonna do it. Fuck it. Alright, let's see what we get. Ooh, I do like this one. The Okami mount. There's a game I wouldn't mind replaying on stream. What, Okami? The problem is, like, what fucking version do you go with? Because, like, some of the high-res versions, like... Well, because this version, like, when it was re-released on Wii, it made the most sense in the world. Because of the motion controls and the painting. But, like... They, like, desaturated, like... Or, like, they put down, I think, the opacity of, like, the filter that made it look like paper. Like, it didn't look quite as good. And the ending, like, the credits were cut. Which I think had something to do with some copyright because the studio had closed, but... And the Switch version... The PC HD and Switch version, which are the newest, brought that credit sequence back, but the song isn't there because that was technically written by someone else. Like, I hate to say it, but I would probably have to emulate the PlayStation 2 version if I wanted, like, the purest Okami experience. And also, I was not a fan of the motion controls. I thought I would love it. I thought it was perfect. Like, the right idea. But it didn't feel particularly great. I mean, it would be easier just to do the PC or the Switch version, but I have both. I have bought Okami every single time it has been re-released. I want that game to eventually make money and convince Capcom that it's a good game. Still not entirely sure why it didn't sell. Because everyone who has ever played it, and it was like critically acclaimed, everyone who's played it said this game's really fucking cool. I will say it drags a little bit. They could cut, like, a good portion of that game down a little bit, trim it, make it a little more of a concise experience. But I fucking loved it. That game was fantastic. Yeah, I'll think about that, how best to do this. I mean, I guess I could just, like, beat the Switch version and then, like, as the credits are rolling, just have a video of the original credit sequence. Because it's a beautiful credit sequence. Thanks to the third promise and her mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Uyuipo. What of the Abakiksa? Gotcha. Yes, these are excellent samples. Goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you've likely surmised the uplifting of wings encourages the crops to grow, but not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Now, to get work crafting these pieces of the float. I could use an assistant versed in the arcane arts to enhance the Uyuipo's conductivity. Then I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Okanu. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. Oh wait, no. Hold up. Right, I gotta remember to do this. See what we get. Ha! Poo-poo spaceship. Freaking love this map. Oh god, it is gonna be a delight to do. I think I mentioned this last time. I cannot wait to do the next Hildebrand quest line once they release that one on stream. Hildebrand quest lines just they tickle me in just the right way. Alright. Gathering Uyuipo is a trial in and of itself. At first, Wook Evu criticized everything I did. Then he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself," and proceeded to slam his head into an Uyuipo tree. I told him not to worry about it, again, and it was like snuffing out a candle. He's an odd one, that's for sure. Odd-looking duck. At least we've seen the poles and the new eye. Now we should just have to wait for the feathers from the twins. Hey, love 91. What do I get at 92? Or do I get anything at 92? I do. Uncoiled Twin Blood, lives in attack. Okay, I get a follow-up attack to Uncoiled Fury. Okay. Yellow's Execution of Uncoiled Twin Fang, or Uncoiled Twin Blood after successfully... Okay. Neat. Ooh, paint. Ooh, tape paints. Pumpkin Orange, Ultra Green, Celeste... I don't think I've ever used Celeste Green. Pumpkin Orange is good, though. Or just... 500 gil, We should get some rest before the excitement begins. Staying at an inn is the worst idea the Warrior of Light ever has. That and going to dinners. Feasts are... everything goes wrong. I'm gonna wake up on another continent covered in someone else's blood, I guarantee you. Over there, by the float, isn't that the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by reviving Yihihana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save the harvest? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the field before leaving Okanu altogether. Maybe we've asked too much of our young claimants. Oh, you're lucky my chick is here. No, I wouldn't be too quick to count Koana out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the reeds, something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. I know what needs to be done. I'm burning this place to the ground. That sounds like Koana. One look at the reeds is all he needed to think up a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed, as soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. And begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of the Wind's Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. We ripped them from his screaming body. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for Moms. We had to turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Erenville twirled in the air for a moment before he landed on his foot. I am a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we brought the wood and the gemstone replacements, crafted by Wook Evu. All that's left is to attach them. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The hulking weight of his lumbering ass. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? Our beloved Ihihana, the lifting of wings, is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Woklamat, as our guest of honor. Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. Then weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request. From one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me, I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Woklamat. I have rules for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozanuaki, where the sacred likeness of Kixai is ensconced. What I'd like you to do is clear a path of dangerous wildlife so the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. Here I go, killing again. You expect me to sit still until Wook Evu has finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wook Evu with the repairs. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the Stride of the Sun. Then we shall see to clearing it end to end. Alright, let's do this. The road will be slick with blood. Ooh, it's one of the, which one is this? Which one is this? This is... No... Sophic? Must be Sophic. Yeah. I'm going to have to get all the riding maps for this area. As Lino Hanu said, Kozanoaki should be down this way. Then off to the east where the path branches. Then something about bridges and the Stride of the Sun. Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've called all the threats you can find, we'll meet in front of Kiksaihi. Kiksaihi? I don't know. Yeah! T-Rex. You're toucan. What the fuck you gonna do? What do you what you got? What you think you got? Like, seriously. Destination. Wait, doesn't this cost 50? Yeah, I don't have 50. Friggin' hold this one down. Good for you, Kriela. You've also murdered. I told you don't need to watch over me anymore. That's kind of awesome line. It's like it's a great little like coming into her own. I actually really like that. She's like, no, I got this. Don't worry about it. Yeah. I don't know why... Yeah, I'm not quite sure why that was flashing. Unless that's just indicating that that would have been the time to pop it. If I had had, you know, enough. Horse. If it wasn't for my horse, I wouldn't have spent that year at the studium. Is this the Leviathan one? I think it might be. Might be. What the fuck is that running sound? Sounds like I'm running on like crinkled paper. Sounds like normal here. Why did it sound so weird there? Oh, well, I'm not gonna hear it at all now. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna want to figure out the riding maps situation. Yo, Alfie. Killing frogs? At this rate, we'll soon have a route ready. Route to that place secure. I'm just gonna start calling places places. Like, just like, that place. I don't want to butcher all these pronunciations. In this fantasy fictional language. An ocelot. More than enough to kill anything that moves. Are we good? Or are we... one more, probably. Oh my fucking god. The sheep. There's a feet up here. Yo, Ellie, what's up? Now this is my kind of busy work. As she tears the still beating heart out of it. This is how I unwind, damn it. Ah yes, a totem. To a god of some sort that I'm sure they will never try to summon. Ah, you were a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of XIV, the Hanu deity of the harvest. Warrior Light's just like, I'm about to kill this motherfucker, aren't I? I was half expecting a flying whale. They're close enough to the coast. They would have had the context of what a whale is. Just, you know, not one that can eat islands like fucking Bismarck can. Makes you appreciate how much their culture revolves around the reed harvest, doesn't it? It's said that XIV was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanu. The Hanu migrated from another continent? Perhaps the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but should we be getting back to Linuhanu? They'll want to know the path is safe. Right, and I need to ride on that float. I'll run ahead and tell them we're done here. I have a car. We can just drive. Meanwhile, in Okanu... You motherfucker.
よく聞こえなかったな。もう一遍言ってみろ、おっさん。
I have hard time hearing in this helmet. I'm sorry.
何度でも言ってやるとも。私はウクラマと王女からこのみこしの修理を頼まれたのだ。
What's your plan here? Are you gonna like steal the boat? To do what?
ましてや、相手が挨拶もできぬ無礼者なら、なおさらな。
Yes, that's what's most important, Wookievu. That is truly the important thing, not the fact that this hulking monstrosity is probably going to stab you.
仕方ない。こいつやっちゃおっか。
面倒なことになった。ああ、急いでくれ。何？ウクラマとか。
下がって、ウケブ。
Stall for time. Pretty sure he'd also be disqualified if he just started indiscriminately murdering their people. It's like, the rule isn't just you can't kill the elector, you also probably can't kill the people of the village for no reason.
可愛いなら出しゃばらなければいいんだよ。
俺一人だけじゃみこしを直すのは無理だった。ウクラマトたちが助けてくれたからもう一度イヒ花祭を開くことができるんだ。だから俺は祭りのまとめ役として死んでもこいつを守る。
Okay.
なら望み通り死んじゃえ。
待ちやがれ爆撃じゃ。
We gonna have like a duty fight? I think it's probably too early for that. Well, don't tell him that. You need to learn how to bluff.
これが君たち劣等種との差だよ。
Now you see the difference between us.
もっともっとだ。泣いて許しを請うまでその身に刻み込んでやるぜ。
It's my bread and butter you're fucking with, buddy.
みこしを奪って試練を越えようって魂胆。祝福の兄弟が聞いて呆れる卑怯ぶりね。
Take credit for what? I'm pretty sure you just being, hey, here's a boat. It's been in your village the whole time. Yeah? Not quite sure what... I don't think they thought this through, either, to be honest. They're not the brightest. Maybe it is a fight. Paint him like one of your French lizards, clearly. Yeah, ain't wrong. Listen to your hoe. Okay, so he's got like handlers that are kind of holding him back a little bit at least. Like, yeah, it might not be a good idea to start slaughtering people, sir. Maybe just don't do that, because you know maybe we can just find another way to win.
まだ相当あの忌まわしき存在にすがっているのか。大丈夫か？死んだりしないよな。
No, she's standing there.
そう簡単に死ぬ私じゃねえ
He
よ。
didn't even hit her.
それより
He blocked her.
いい話さえ済んだろ。
A little creepy when he smiles. Yeah, the hair textures especially look friggin' good. And the feathers on the Hanu Hanu look really nice. Like, some of the textures, they're still not the best, but some of the textures are like, holy shit. Like, yeah, up-resed, they're freaking crazy good. Thank you for coming to our rescue. I had to remember the voice I was giving. I tried to protect the float, but against that too Let's see what this looks like. I kind of want to see what this looks like specifically on... Hold on. Let's see it on the jacket. Put on some pants, motherfucker. So yeah, it's like a what do you call it? Like a aqua, like a teal aqua, kind of like sea, kind of like a blue green, but like sea green. Oh, turquoise. No, olive is my jam. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greeting. At this stage, I should hope you remember it unnecessarily. I hope a reminder is unnecessary. Ohokali. See, I remember. I don't know, it has like that weird quality of like the bum 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 bum. Oh, I gotta say. I did a bit of PvPing. This is the bomb parasol. The first like big reward this series. Looks really friggin' nice. Very, very pretty. I think I looked over this last time. Yeah, we're gonna get Squeak the Coyote. I don't even have him yet, but I would die for Squeak the Coyote. And then the Oppressor from the first Alexander raid as a mount. Clockwork Castletown Framers Kit, I'm actually super, like, legitimately, like, I kind of want to see what that looks like. Volcanic Heart, I don't know? That might have something in this expansion? I don't know, is it like the Hell's Lid? Is something like that? I don't know. But we'll see. Hold on. Hey. Right. Oh. Hokali! Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do. Yeah, fuck the repairs, I guess. I guess we just going. Sorry, my bird's clipping into you a little bit. Oh, Kali. The festival's about to begin? What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there. Cleaning up the storm's aftermath may have been hard on us all, but the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here brooding my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. Let's not bicker and argue over who killed who. I mean, sure, I buried my children this afternoon, but yeah, let's have a parade. What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ihihana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not let their loss deter us from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. National tragedy? Just distract them. We need those productive workers back. Don't let a good tragedy go to waste. Am I up saying what? Oh, that's a staircase over there, I think. I'm fairly sure. Just gonna turn the music down just slightly. Only slightly. Only slightly. The Hanu were pleased to hear their festival was going ahead, I imagine. That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last. I want that manta ray. I think you get it from the turtles. The quote-unquote turtles.
何、イヒ花祭が始まれば、ハヌハヌ族はじっとしていられまいよ。
The other 3 people who live here will surely join.
そうだそうだ、ウケブの言う通り。さあさあ、みこしに乗ってくれ、ウクラマト。イヒ花祭を始めるぞ。
よっしゃ、わかった。
イヒ花祭は豊穣を願う祭りだが、込められた意味はそれだけではない。担ぎ手と乗り手、両者の友情が末永く続いていくことを願う。
いいかいいかみんな。俺たちが担ぎ上げるウクラマと王女はイヒハラ、羽が抜けようが肩がいかれようが絶対絶対落とすんじゃないぞ。
They're gonna drop her, aren't they? Unfortunately, we're going to be riding out in the open where an assassin could very easily snipe her.
こりゃ気持ちいいぜ。
This is a traditional Hanu Hanu folk song. Actually, there's a lot more villagers than I thought.
腹が減ってるからって見てるだけでいいのか。担ぎたいやつはついてこい。
Yes, it will stop us. My stomach is digesting itself.
おやおやおやおや、王族がみこしの乗り手を務めるとは。あなた以来じゃないですかねえ、グルージャジャ。
よーし、担ぎ手は集まった。向かうはコザヌアキーだ。
Let the summoning of the Great Destroyer begin!
さあ見るがよい。ここからがイヒ花祭の真骨頂だ。
Yeah, it's normal. Wait, the motherfucker said, I don't know if this, I don't buy into this magic focus nonsense. It makes people glow. What the fuck are you talking about? And then it glows. What do you mean you don't believe this is a magic focus? And then it shoots fucking laser beams out of its eyes. Yeah, I don't know about this thing being a magical focus. I don't know, this all seems normal. I mean, sure, the waters glow. And, you know, crops magically just grow completely. But no, it's not magic. Yeah, I'd say so.
イヒー花祭の豊穣魔法なのね。
みこしがマグだって話、本当だったのか。
すげえ、すげえよ。こんなの今まで知らなかったぜ。
Nah, see, I've seen some shit. That was cool, but no, I've seen some other shit. I saw a literal ghost city in another plane of existence. Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by the festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at carrying the poles on the way back to the village. We haven't even started the human sacrifices yet. Oh, but it's coming. Please feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've done and what you've accomplished. Getting a little jazzy again. Oh, the bass player's back.
全部が元気になったわけじゃねえのか。
We failed! We're miserable failures!
一度の豊穣魔法ではこれが限界ということだろう。これから何度もイヒー花祭を繰り返せば、すべての足が活気を取り戻すはずさ。
この場合、試練はどうなるのかしら。
心配は無用ですよ。
I was kind of expecting you just to, like, go and, like, gather some better reeds somewhere else, like maybe a trade negotiation. I didn't think you would actually just magically fix the problem.
足の不作を解決することは偶然ではできません。たとえ一本でも元気にできたなら、それは試練に本気で向き合った証です。
Wow, the task for choosing a new leader was actually, surprisingly simple then.
みこしがマグであることを見抜き、解決策をイヒー花祭に求めたのは実にお見事。しかし、あれほどの効果を発揮したのは、私が小鳥だった頃以来。それはつまり、みこしの修繕を怠ったことでマグの力が弱まり。
Oh, so it usually doesn't explode into magical lasers.
兄さん。
不届き者が出たもので遅くなりましたが。
I had to go shoot that two-headed guy. It's gonna poison the water with anthrax.
Oh, oh, これは素晴らしい。
はあ？水を垂らしただけで足が元気になっちまった。
Was this whole like test just like a ploy to like by by Big Reed, the Reed industry, to be like, yeah, we want to up production, make these guys think that there's a whole like king deciding thing, have them fix our problem for us. Mystery liquid. Turns out it's just ordinary water, laced with LSD.
足の不調は地脈の流れが滞っていることが原因だった。あなたはそれを水の
Yeah, see, I told you he was going to science the problem away.
錬金薬を流すこと。水の流れにも簡易的な地脈としての役割を与えることでエーテルが効率的に流れるように。これもひとえにシャーレアン魔法大学で培った知識と賢人たちの協力のおかげですよ。
Archon allies, you say? I wonder who that could be.
賢人だって。
Think about it, Alfie. Yuri and Thancred were like being all like, "Oh, we got a little mission. Don't you guys worry about it. It's our little mission." What do you think it is? It's them. I don't know if Graha... Actually, what the fuck is Graha doing right now? I don't think he was part of their little cabal of getting this contract. Unless he is.
いいかイラマチ。これがトツ国の知識と技術だよ。うまく扱えば、こんなにも簡単に物事を運ぶことができるのさ。それこそ、重いみこしを担ぐ必要もなく、ね。
Work smarter, not harder.
やっぱ兄さんはす
But to be fair, he is missing the point, you see. Wook's idea is technically a little better, because you get everyone involved, and you make the people... It was in the Tao Te Ching where it talked about the best kind of leader is the one where, you know, even though the leader fixed the problem, the people themselves can say, we're the ones who fixed this problem. So you see, you make them all happy, you bring them together. We're manipulating the people. He's just making the problem go away. And that's also the rule of never work too hard, because then people are going to expect you to be working that hard all the time. No. Don't never go above and beyond. Make it look like it's super hard, that way they won't expect as much. That's thinking.
そうだそうだ。何よりイヒー花祭楽しかっただろ。
あ、めっちゃくちゃ楽しかったぜ。この村には前にも来てるから、お前らのこと全部分かった気になってたけどよ。足のことといい、イヒー花祭のことといい、私が知らないことばかりだった。
Now we know, and knowing is half the battle.
だけど今度こそちゃんと分かった気がする。そしたらよ、もっと好きになったぜ。この村とお前らハヌハヌ族のことが。
こちらこそだよ。自分たちのみこしが持つ本当の意味教えてくれてありがとな。
ではでは、見事試練を超えたお二人に奇跡を授けましょう。
So where's this this little scheme that Jar Jar had? How's he gonna fuck this up? Well, since you only have to like bring one reed back, apparently. He could literally just be, yeah, we found some reeds from somewhere else. Yeah, these ones look pretty good. Let's just say we fixed it.
早速石板にはめてみましょう。
So do you, like, poke yourself with those claws, like, often? Never understood the long nail thing. It's like, get caught on shit.
では僕はこれで。
たく兄さんは余韻も何もあったもんじゃねえな。
At least he's not Hitler,
ウクラマと
like the other two.
次のイヒ花祭の季節にも来てくれよな。
It's like, if he won, he's just gonna want to embrace foreign ideas and technologies. That's fine. 'Cause, to be fair, I think Woke probably would too. He'll just be a little more coldly efficient about it.
今度はトライオラの王様としてさ。
それじゃ一旦トライオラに戻るか。みんな世話になったな。また会おうぜ。
Alright, so we're gonna do duckbill people. We're 91 now, and so we should be closing in fair to the first dungeon, I would assume. Like Stormblood, it seemed like it happened like right away. Like it happened on the way to the east. Actually, no, I guess it wasn't. That's right, you did Garabania first. And then, but on the boat to the east, that was the first dungeon, was you crashed there. Yes, I guess I was a little bit ways in. I forget so much the Garabania part of that. Like the worst part of that expansion. It should have just been Doma.
こいつがコーナー王子の作った錬金薬。試作
Oh, you're just stealing. Okay, I mean, that works too.
手がした。俺様たちは何が何でも勝たなきゃならねえ。そのために使えるものは使っていかなくちゃ。
My journey has just started, and I've already met so many wonderful people. Wilkie-Vu, for one, he's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful of other cultures as he is. In Lunuhanu, it warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihihana, and to help others do the same. Can't help but feel excited, thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to that place. Gotta meet so many new people who might die dramatically. Oh, wait a minute. I have to remember that. Ooh, another liner. The Zervan one, maybe? Oh, we're just going straight back to Tulialon. We also have quests. Are these going to be quests for Aether Currents, perhaps? Need to see. Yep. I'll do these later. Oh, actually, no, we don't need to do that. We can just go straight back to Tulialal and talk to Duckman. Break it down. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Although actually, hearing this song, it just sounds now like I'm just getting such strong vibes of Jungle Japes from fucking Donkey Kong Country. And just like that, we found an Elector and won the first Keystone. I knew it was right to trust her instincts. Come on, let's keep moving and march onwards to... Urkopacha, that one's not bad. Chances are good we'll find an elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your opportunistic Pelu friend has to say. I've been waiting for what feels like days, and eaten enough of Brook Ivu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkopacha, we depart from the Arch of Dawn, then take the road west at the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkopacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. Do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have a most dependable solution available. Come with me. Alpacas. So we go to Machu Picchu. Wow. Yeah. This better be a fucking mount. And it better not be like the fucking Amaro from Shadowbringers where you can only get the mount by fucking getting to level 80 with every single class. Like, fuck that shit. Oh my god, these things are so fucking cute. May I introduce you to our most dependable companion, the alpaca. Behold. Pictured an alpaca. These animals can traverse Urkopacha's steep mountain trails as if it were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Yogg-Turaal. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place that ill-suits its qualities and where it is not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool, and then one spat on me. It was the foulest stench you can imagine. That's because alpaca spit isn't actually just spit, it's also some stomach acid. I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are exquisitely, inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. I'm really doing this, then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful. Even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. That'll be 50,000 gil. It's my finder's fee. My advisory fee. Parts and labor. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected that from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Keep Astinian away from these fuckers. Here you go. A fair price for fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I should be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. Hey guys, we got a sucker over here. Better not get spit on again. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will they. I'm still not happy about this, but if we need to ride alpacas to reach Urkopacha, that's what we'll do. I'm assuming we finish their quest, come back, and then whatever is next will be the first dungeon. I'd like to try to do that this session. No, that's fucking gorgeous.
トラルの古き詩人は歌う。大地が海に沈もうとも、決して没さぬ山がある。下に偉大なる高き峰。我らはそれを時の山。
Ah, Arizona.
パチャと呼ぶのだと。事実、瞬間たる巨峰を揺るがしうるものがあるとすれば、厳重バリガルマンダくらいのもの。その生ける天才さえ連王が封じた今、時代の王とならんとする者たちは何をなすのか。
Gonna keep the jazz going here all night long.
それにしても
For you and yours.
ここがオルコパチャか。私も実際に来るのは初めてだぜ。
空気が澄んでてとっても気持ちいいわ。見渡す限り山ばかりね。
Not everywhere, Alice. There's a cactus.
ああ、中でもあの山は霊峰ソームアルを思わせるほどの異様だね。
It's like a big ass mesa.
構造もヨカトラルの最高峰だと言われてる。ま、近づきがたい理由は他にもあるんだけどな。
Is that where they, where Daddy Jaja, sealed away, the crazy monster?
聞かせてもらっても？
ああ、あの山は。
おや、あなたはウクラマト王女じゃないですかい。こんなところで何を。
Another Rothgar! I love it! There are dozens of us! Dozens! But now we everywhere.
と、申し遅れました。私はトライオラで織物職人をしてるボロノックというもんでさ。
よろしくな、ボロノック。私はペルペル族の集落に向かうところなんだ。
Wachupello. Wachanpello.
そいつは奇遇ですね。私もついさっき訪問してきたところなんですよ。いつもアルパカウールを売りに来るペルペル族にアルパカの牧場を見学させてくれないかと頼み込みましてね。
Spit all over me. Kicked me down the stairs, my shoes came off, they broke my Microsoft Dinosaur CDs. Little production. 1 moment, chat. Bottle of mezcal? Oh, is that like Jenkum?
メスカルって？
No, it's an inhalant of fermented feces.
蒸留して作るオルコパチャ特産の酒のことだ。
Agave heart juice. It's like wine, basically.
まあ、酔っ払って気分が良くなったせいで、アルパカウールを例年の3倍買うって契約しちまったんですが、その分負けてくれたから、よしと。
Okay, so they're not above getting you drunk to get a deal going. Yet we need to keep Estinian the fuck away from these people.
つい立ち話が長くなっちまった。それじゃ、アッシュはこれで。 そうそう、これだけは言っておきたかったんです。アッシュは平和を大事にって王女の考えに賛同していましてね。継承の儀、応援しておりますよ。
We got supporters.
今の話を聞く限りでは、ペルペル族は商売人としてやり手のようだね。
Although it seems like they're not trying to cheat you. The price so they wouldn't do what everyone else does with Estinian and just like sell him a hairband for 50 million gil. What they'll do is sell him 50 million headbands for the 50 million gil. They'll just convince him that he needs 50 million.
ああ、ペルペル族は繁華街を仕切ってるだけじゃなく、トラル大陸中をアルパカに乗って練り歩く
But still, he has no concept of what money is or what it's worth, so yeah, they're gonna fleece the shit out of him.
口が回るから、ついつい乗せられて買い物をしてしまうものが後を絶たない。
Like, if we see him anywhere near one of these villages, we're just gonna, like, tackle him to the ground. He's looking at, like, bitch, yeah, what the fuck you talking about?
バカにすんな。
Didn't even bother translating that line. She may have just said, fuck you. Or is the Elector just gonna come out and meet us again? This is it. Watchin Pello, home of the Pelu Pelu. Woklamat should have arrived before us. Did we already find the Elector? That's not good. You've come all this way for the right of succession? Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn Servant. Please, the outcome is far from decided, but it's a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment will look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And the nation's ruler should dress her best for her adoring people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, Third Promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Only if you have rupees. Finest lady, I like the sound of that. I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. What did we just talk about? Erenville, when did you... Ah, Shatona from far-off Zaktaral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survive them without some lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the Third Promise. Perhaps another time. Of course! My door is always open. Fucking jackass gonna spoil the fucking sale. Oh, he giving her the stink eye. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pella people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers, like Woklamat, fall prey to their affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of Pelu Pelu. Let us take Erenville's word of caution to heart. You know Estinian's gonna come upon these motherfuckers at some point in the story. Like, that is a joke they will definitely bring back at some point. It's writing itself in my head right now. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy, then. Krele, Alice, and I will speak with the merchants. Woklamat, you and Erenville might try to approach travelers and passers-by. And this dude in the Daisy Dukes over here. I dig it. He's definitely, well, to be fair, he's more dressed for the weather than I am. Although, no, it is nighttime in the desert. Nighttime in the desert, it's going to be cold as shit. But during the day, yeah. This is not the kind of coat you would normally wear, but it's fine. Kirath, please investigate any other establishments which catch your eye. Specifically, my eye, my one eye. Should we learn aught of use? Let us relate to the third promise. Alright. First things first. Grab that ether. Distillery worker. Oh, this is where they make the jenkem. The Dawn Servant Selector? Ah, I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the right of succession, I take it? I don't care much who sits on the throne as long as they keep Jarrell peaceful. People tend to not be in the mood to relax and sip our excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy doubled, I say. No. Oh, right, yes, you were asking about that elector business. Being but freshly returned from my trading route, I've heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tobley, could probably tell you more about it. Electors? Oh, yes, I've heard all about the right of succession. They're looking for a new ruler for the throne, eh? Personally, I'm rooting for Zoral Ja. I would like the fucking... Yeah, he'll expand our spheres of influence through conquest and massacres. That means access to more resources and more customers. You can't have customers if they're dead. In the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I've begun crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. You're backing the wrong pony, buddy. Very well. You said you want to know about the Elector? I could help you, but I won't. I could tell you're no supporter of Zoral Ja or his policies. Oh, the Hitler Protocol? No, I'm not in favor of that. The final solution business? Yeah, no, we're not. We're not going there. Hello there, I'm Mablu. Did you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know of any electors. You should take a moment to see our prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous starlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. It happened to a visiting buyer not too long ago. Tobley, that's the head rancher, was so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobley noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Your name is Tobley. Yeah, I got nothing except we gotta talk to this Tobley dude. You really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets. And then there was an enchanted ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn Tobley is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd share where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Yeah, pretty much what I got to. Really? He's also the head rancher? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay a visit before we return to the others. Is that a motherfucking Tron bike? That has got to be from Solution 9. I want that fucking Tron bike. Ugh, this is a lot of alpacas. Still, we know the head ledger could be here somewhere. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Mm-hmm. Warrior of Light presses X to doubt. Excuse me, is one of these workers Tobley? Tobley? Oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. I can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I can say is Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade. Though who among us can, am I right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. Oh, so it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Okay, we do have to find Justinian. Just, like, lure him out with, like, a fishing line attached to him. And see which one runs the hardest at him. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone who we think might be Tobley. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Great. We can meet back here and share our impressions. Pungent subject, so... alpaca spit. Well, I'm obviously not Tobley. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. You're meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is. Or if an elector is even in the village at all. Ah, a visitor from across the salt, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movement slow and deliberate. Could be him. You think I might be Tobley? Well, maybe I am. All I will say is that, in this village, none have rid more alpacas than I. Am I Tobley? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third premise and her entourage. Sharp instincts. We shall commence the rite of succession, then. I think it's that first dude. He did mention the spit. I see we're both done with our interrogation, so who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear your pick. Fuck, which one was it? Is it diligent? Nonchalant? Shit. Nonchalant? Was that the one? I can't remember. He seems so unconvincing to me. I can't remember. Was that him? I think I may have fucked up. Tobley, I offer you a deal. The truth of who you are in exchange for a tidy sum. What do you say? I say hand over the coin. The truth is, I'm not even a ranch hand. I just came by to watch the alpacas. What? You don't even work here? I knew I should have gone with my gut on this one. Now it's not time to mourn the wasted coin. Let us regroup and rethink this. It's not boastful one. So I think I just picked the wrong one. Yeah, I think it's... Okay, so it must have been Diligent was the first one I talked to. Because Boastful didn't... Like, he mentioned the alpacas, but he didn't mention the spit. Ah, the workers so intent on stable chores. I had an eye on that one, too. Time to rip the mask off our own mystery ranch hand, so to speak. If we take off that mask, will it kill you? It'll be very painful. For you. We know it's you, Tobley. And to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. I should have gone with my god. I thought it may have been that one. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Tobley, head ledger of Wachinpelo, and head rancher of the family ranch. I am also one of Gulu Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! In a place featured in the Tulialal saga, just as we thought. Though it took more coin than we would have liked to know for certain. I'll sell some shit on the auction house, we'll be fine. She found you out fair and square, Tobley. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity to have had her bid end here. How the fuck is the two-headed guy gonna do this? He'll just threaten him. Oh, my voice wasn't that far off for these people.
まあな。
I figured we'd finally meet this dude at some point. See what his strategy is.
兄さん。
この牧場に族長の頭部になる者がいると聞く。
誰が頭部か当ててごらんよ。これは試練なんだからさ。
Ignore the fact you were talking to this one specific dude.
お前が頭部だな。
問いかけるまでもなく当ててみせるとは。いやいや、お見事です。
Motherfucker, you shouldn't have looked at him. You ratted him out.
お二人を試すような真似、失礼しました。早速始めましょう。試練の説明を。連王からは伺っております。どんな試練を出すも私の自由と。いろいろ考えましたが、これにしますよ。
And?
捕まえてきてください、アルパカを。
Oh, okay. Even the two-headed guy can fucking handle that.
私は少しばかり苦手だけどさ。あれ
Yeah.
それでは連れてきてください、あの子。このアルパカは特別な個体でしてね。少し近づいてみてくれますか、ウクラマタ王女。
私がか？まあ。
He did, didn't he?
気持ちは
Can't believe she's dead.
アルパカは臆病なのに好奇心旺盛という相反する性質を持っています。そして怖がっている時に無理に近づこうとすると唾を吐きかけてくるのです。威嚇のために。とっても臭いですよ、アルパカの唾は。混じっていますからね、未消化の食べ物が。
Ah, see, as I told you. Alpaca spit actually contains some stomach acid. And I guess whatever they've recently eaten.
特にその子みたいな谷に生息する野生種は臆病で攻撃的なんだ。その分強いけどね、足腰も。
頑強な体の野生種と温厚な心の家畜種、その2つを掛け合わせることで生み出してるんです。行商人が求める重い荷を運べて扱いやすいアルパカを。
なるほど、よくわかったぜ。今の説明で別に唾を浴びせる必要はなかった気がするが。
Execute him.
野生のアルパカの捕獲、それが試練か。
お察しの通りです。しかしアルパカの捕獲は見た目ほど簡単ではありません。万全の準備をするといいでしょう。
At least it's not beavers. We'd all be dead.
そうそう、一つ言っておきますが、野生種が生息する谷に立ち入っていいのは
Oh.
継承候補者だけ。
The fuck are we gonna do?
アルパカが見てくれるわけですよ。時代の王として史跡を得るのにふさわしいかをね。
ツバハキアルパカを捕まえる？王を選ぶ試練がそんなのでいいのか？
連王から好きに決めていいと言われてるのでね。それに継承の儀を最後まで進めばわかるかもしれないですよ。この試練の隠された目的が。
Are we gonna play as her? Possibly?
行くぞ。すぐに終わらせる。
ちょっと言ったでしょ。野生のアルパカは簡単に捕まれないと。するべきです。しかるべき準備を。
所詮は獣。力でねじ伏せるのみだ。
You're not supposed to have helpers.
これま
It's
で
in the rules.
なんとなく似て
Rules is
た
written.
アルパカだけどさ、今日ではっきりアルパカがなんだ。唾さえかけられなければあんな動物。
ウクラマトの壮絶な悲鳴が聞こえてきたが、
この私が悲鳴なんかあげるかよ。ただちょっと驚いて声が出ただけだ。
それを悲鳴って言うんだろ
連王の戦者は見つかったの？
実はな。
I'm right over here. I can hear you. Literally standing right behind the big guy. Had to wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. It's in my raccoon wounds. Would you mind taking a sniff for me, just to make sure the stench has ruined my sense of smell? Hey, I saw that look. As Wicklamat helped demonstrate, the Valley alpacas are wary of people getting close enough to catch one. It will not be an easy task. You might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? I don't fucking know. With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that soothes the spitting beast. Wonderful. Give me one of those then. You have to buy a pack of 10. And subscribe to our program. You'll make a monthly payment, which will increase over time. And after 20 installments, we'll give you a saddle. Have you perhaps forgotten that we are a clan of merchants? If you want a taming saddle, you'll have to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. You're royalty. How do you not... converting to gil, that comes around to... Okay, yeah, that is a lot. Yeah, but if we all pitch in... We got Tataru on our fucking hands. She can get us the money. And if we waste it, she'll just have our, kneecaps broken and our thumbs cut off. It's fine. I would love for Tataru to meet these people. They have absolutely no idea what shrewd mercantilism is until you've met Tataru. She will frighten these people. No, this is my feat to accomplish. It wouldn't feel right to having others pay the cost. I'll find the money somehow. In that case... That basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier. 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. Ah, we're gonna do a bartering game. That's a nice gesture, but do you think I could turn 100 pel into 1,000,000? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1,000,000. We're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right, I panicked and got confused with Alphinode's million gil. Look, I get it, I was an illustration major. Math numbers scare me. They make my head hurt. Not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate when you're right. Then let me help you with your deal-making. Oh, hello again. Madly? Mablu. Hello again, she was standing here the whole time. I work here at the ranch hand, but I've learned a lot about peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants toward the first step of the feat like you asked. As long as Woklamat goes alone to capture her alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hootie. Let's see about getting that saddle then, third promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? It may be easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend the alpacas. Gladly, although Kilrath, I think you should go with Woklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. Yeah, it's do treasure maps and hope to get, that one drop that will give you 15 million off the auction house. That happened once. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it is misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with Kilrath anyway. Better keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we trade the wool to Havli the Saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give you an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. You start low, work your way up. That's how we do. Alright, what we got? This expansion has been very cutscene heavy so far. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. A saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? Kilrath, give him the handy J. With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What does a saddle maker have? What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Although I heard you mention a handy J. Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. Alright, so wool is out. And what might that be? Oh, okay. Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of the quality stuff and you got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Let's steal it. Hold on, did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of the premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. You fucked us on this one, Mablu. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zoro Jah will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, Third Promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. It's a volatile market. Can't say I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring in more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelo pray for your victory, Woklamat. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take peace that we enjoy now for granted. Still others are unsatisfied with the quiet prosperity and crave for the future the Second Promise envisions. They become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made their trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the First Promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. What about you, Mablu? Are you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when Yakhui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn Servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was before. Well then, guess I would make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the Sadamaker wants is so expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed, we just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece of Turlialal on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn Servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. Let's first try exchanging the wool for something even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid to the throne, for instance. Ah, he needs the wool. We're learning a lot about historical bartering systems. Of course, the Weaver! Balnak was his name, I believe. He went out his way to say he agreed with my vision and that he was there to buy wool. And that he just bought a whole shit ton of it and probably doesn't need more. Great idea. I think I remember the direction he was going, but for now, let's head back to the road where we first met him. Oop, there we go. What we got? What we got? What we got? Another one of the Kamui, whatever. Is that a char? Oh yeah, you can have like horns. I think that's an accessory. Looks like a motherfucking char. There's one. Grab it. This is the spot. After Balnak talked to us, he went off to the south. He's probably going to Ikovlo's Inn. Most visitors to watch in Pelo and end up staying there. Let's go and check, shall we? Let's dive in, shall we? Come on, something good, something weird. Alright, that's weird. Fucking love this one. It's like dangling there, like a cat. The fuck are you? No. Excuse me. Oh, those are ears. I thought those were like googly eyes. T-Rex again. Can I have that basket kill, Wrath? Thanks. Let's see if I can turn a profit. Well, Nock, I found you. Are you interested in making a trade? I promise you. You wish to do business with me? Might I ask what this is all about? I love how this game fucking does this, because a lot of RPGs will just have them go through the dialogue and explain the whole thing. And this, it's like, no, fade to black. Everyone knows, everyone's on the same page. Fucking look at the textures on that fucking, like, this part of the clothing. That's fucking nice. Like, you can, like, you can, just by looking at that, you know how that feels. I see. So the goal is to turn a basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Toral is what allows me to freely cross lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I prefer that one pledge to preserve the peace win the throne. Thus do I humbly offer you this wool poncho, small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Alright, we need to find a naked man who needs a poncho. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. It's very generous, Balnock. Thank you. I promise we won't let you down. I have every faith in you, Third Promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. Can't believe you quintupled your investment with the first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Kilrath remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading. One which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Kilrath, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Aaronville would never let me hear the end of it. All set. Our next deal is waiting to be found. This is pretty good. I like this. I like this. You traded 100 pel for 500 per poncho. Let's just steal it. This is a whole fucking minigame. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock its shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know someone needs a poncho? No, because if they're not wearing one, they might just not like ponchos. But I would think this first, to be fair. That's the obvious answer, isn't it? We can look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We can find a demand for our supply. So, where should we begin searching for prospective buyers? There are probably a number of places, but we could do worse than spending a night here at the inn. They might have some interesting travelers. Interested travelers. Who needs a poncho? A lot of Mamuljar hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably lance guards or sellswords. Mamuljar, who soldier for a living, prefer not to wear much above the waist. Hampers their movements. So even if they have bare shoulders, Mamuljar carrying arms can be struck off the list. I agree. So he's got a weapon. He's got a poncho. I'm gonna say him. I'll see no weapon. See, no coat or cloak, also no weapon. We might have a winner. Oh, hello there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. I'm a naturalist. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Turialal. I was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well, but now look at me. Ah, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho! This would be perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it, if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps? And what about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. Of course you will. You made it. And you're selling it. You would be a horrible tradesman if you were like, I made this myself. It's really shitty. The blade looks sharp. The haft well made. I'd value it 1 pel in the thousands column. A 500 to 1,000? We have a deal. Wonderful. A fine garment such as this should put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Let the eponymous owner of Miplu's mate garden for one. Her field hands use hatchets to harvest the mate. Mate? Mate? I think I feel like there would be a little apostrophe or accent mark over the E if it was mate. Maybe? And I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other ways to sell. Glad I am to have met you. The fuck? I just got something on Twitch. Hold on. Oh, I'm getting bonuses for fucking streaming? The game? I didn't realize that. Awesome. I will put those in later. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's Mate Garden. Mate? I don't know what mate is. What is mate? Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. Always with the fucking alpacas. These ones will be calm type, right? I don't fucking know. So now we just gotta increase that by a factor of 10 and we're good. What if there's, like, alternate routes where you don't make a good trade and you have to, like, work in a completely different path? That'd be a lot of work to implement that. What do you got? Mountain Chromite? I think I saw these, didn't I? Put on your goddamn clothes. Yeah, I saw these. They look okay. They're fine. No, I think it's the 92 monk weapons I want. They're basically just for real tonfas. The Boja relic weapons also have some tonfas that are actually okay. But but a lot of the tonfas in the game, like, they have like a hand guard that wraps around your hand. It's like, the point of a tonfa is you spin that motherfucker. You can't do that if your hand's, like, completely, like, covered. It would get caught. But there's, like, pretty much only that one, the relic weapon, and this one that I've seen are, like, for real, like, real-ass tonfas. I don't fucking love tonfas. Well done recognizing the toolmaker as a potential customer. If you were minded to change professions, you'd make an excellent merchant. Before we get moving, you should hold on to this. Oh, the hatchet, yeah. With that, I suppose we'd hop on our alpacas. Malibu was so kindly provided. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Hold on. Oh, it's an automatic thing. Please don't spit. Please don't spit. You'll be fine. These ones are accustomed to people. I still don't trust them. The fuck is that? Silver Lobo. You have a knack for riding, no matter what you say. Without our alpaca friends, we Pella would never become traveling merchants. Can you imagine walking all the way across Toral? Hey, Forrest Gump did it. I swear the mountain is too tall to be real. What's the name? So, give me what they just said. Foreboding sight, isn't it? What I'd never appreciate up close. You have to take the long way around the cliffs to get there, to the highlands belonging to Yakui. So, Mablu, you said you were learning about the peddler profession. You don't care for ranch work? Well, who would? No, I love working with alpacas. Actually, that is fair. If you're working with alpacas, that must be fucking awesome. But becoming a peddler has always been a dream of mine. It's just, I'm not sure I have a talent for it. If I can help you buy a taming saddle, though, then I'd be proof I can do this after all. In that case, you better get ready to be a merchant. What the fuck's going on here? Look, we're almost there. This fucker better not crash. Server hiccup yesterday. That, became a bit of a problem. Not because it was, like, a huge issue. Because it basically just... Well, server hiccup kicked everyone out, but that just meant that everyone was trying to get in at the same time. So there were like 1,500 people in queue. But it wasn't like that long to get back in. It wasn't huge. Unable to commence cutscene. Oh, this is gonna crash, I guarantee you. Oh, motherfucker. Yeah, okay, let's do it. This is gonna crash, isn't it? Although I gotta say, so far... I mean, considering it's the start of the expansion... Not that bad, as far as, like, that one server hiccup was the only time I've ever had, like, any real queue issues getting in. They've actually done a really good job. Like, back when I was playing WoW, we were always told, oh, don't worry, this time the servers will be, oh, they'll be ready. They were never ready. And even in this game, in previous expansions, it was always... like, well, we're gonna try, but... No, but hey, they... Warcore Zormor. Warcore Zormor. Yeah, this time they pulled it off. Maybe the first time an MMO has ever had a smooth opening to an expansion. Yeah, there have been surprisingly few technical issues. There is the fact that the Amon fight in Circus Tower broke, so that the ice block that's supposed to protect you from curtain call doesn't work anymore. I think they must... I'm assuming they already fixed it. But that made the fight basically unbeatable unless people, like, did some bullshit. But people found ways to get through it even without the ice block. Who would have thought the big new thing with the expansion would be Savage Amon? Van Daniel had to get one less jab in on us. We made it. Without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Okovlo's inn, so we'll be walking the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, if you were adopted by the Dawn Servant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was. Then perhaps you understand, I was an orphan too, you see. Tobley took me in. He took all the ranch hands, actually. All of them? Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle. If you're prepared for the feat of gold. Oh, right, that's what they're calling this one. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that Wuklamot's way with people, and we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Beeplu herself over there. Pass that hatchet to the third promise, and let's get bargaining. Okay, how do I pick out who really needs a hatchet? You there, need something hatcheted? Divorce proceedings not going well? Cut his head off. You have that little axe for me? I does. Thanks. Now to see what I can get for it. You're Meeplu, owner of these fields? I have in mind a trade, if you're interested. Well, well, the third promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan. The razor edge of this exceptional tool make light work of your crops. It's so small it fits in the palm of my hand. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. Could offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pel in the thousands column, the same price as the hatchet. This deal will bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I say, Mistress Miplu, it's harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand of the hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I procured an ample batch of tools well in advance. We've missed the window for demand. In that case, we'll have to fall back on our connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal will put you in the third promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. We'll use lasers. I assure you I have nothing but respect for Wilclamont. That's why I'm prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons, but we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. Unless someone really needs the leaves. How about this, then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, it would. Until Koana's reforms come about, I could always use more hands in the field. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of my most basic rules of trading? It's basically the Ferengi. Less cheaty Ferengi. The rules of acquisition. You can rest here if you like, Mablu. Kilrath and I have mate to gather. Is it mate or mate? I have no idea. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you, pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Are we harvesting the marijuana? The Mary Jane? The Devil's Lettuce? The Jazz Cabbage? I was going to say, trading for the same value could be potentially okay if we had someone that we knew really wanted the leaves and would pay, like, way out the ass for them. But since we don't have that, we kind of need to give ourselves a little something. Yeah, we gotta hedge our bets here. Hold on, I need to look this up. Mate leaves. Yerba mate. Leaves of a plant can be steeped in water and magnetic as mate. How is it pronounced? I think it is mate.
Welcome to How to Pronounce. Which means
Mate.
which means
It is mate.
Infusion from dried leaves of the yerba mate plant, drunk traditionally from a hollow
My left
gourd.
ear's loving this. Okay, so it is mate. Mati. Oh god, the character from fucking Captain Planet. You brought some leaves then? An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before we make any decisions, though. I'll just go get more. I can do this myself. I can do this all fucking day. Here, we brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine, adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet. I'm offering to pay you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium rate. Bought at the shop, one sack of leaves costs no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Halfway there. Then we can bid farewell to this hatchet. Learning a lot about finance. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we have come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. And away we go again. Mablu, what's wrong? It's as I was saying before, even after everything Tobli's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after getting a basic rule of forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Tobli to accept my decision then? Yeah, like, does he even know? You knew? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeeded as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow my father's footsteps, not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dawn Servant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I wouldn't be surprised if Tobli held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right. It's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for your advice. Heh. Yes. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next, then? We try to trade our tea leaves for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close enough now. I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way into double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire you, Third Promise, and you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. I am really holding my own against Koana and Sarul Jah? I mean, of course I am. I'm Wuklamot of the Dawn's Promise, after all. Success! Congratulations! Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Erenville's point. I'll be the one to fuck this one up. Oops, skip that. Keep doing that. It's muscle memory. Another one of these. This one's cool. What's up? Say no to Cactuar. Coffee grounds, you say? No, you fucking don't. Alright, let's buy some booze. We'll want to speak with a man by the name of Gobley. Even among his fellow distillers, he's regarded as a master of the craft. He knows the value of his products. If we're going to convince him to trade for twice what the leaves are worth, we're going to need targeted information. That means asking around and taking in the gossip. If you could talk to people here in Distillery, Kilrath, perhaps Wok-Lamont could do the same at the village entrance. Meanwhile, I'll head to the north side and see what I can learn. Is that the guy over there that we heard talk to? Babil. Me? I'm a chef from Tuliolal. I often come here to buy Gobley's mezcal, the finest in Tural, according to my customers. He always brings out a jug during our dealings, but I can't handle the stuff too well myself. I take small sips, not wanting to be impolite, you understand, but still end up so addled as to agree to whatever price he quotes me. It would be nice to have less potent refreshments during such conversations, else I might have to seriously reconsider our arrangement. So he likes to get you drunk and then have his way with you, financially speaking. Gobley might be deft-handed at distilling, but he's got no sense when it comes to appearances. Rumor has it he's been invited to the palace for business negotiations. If he presents himself to the court wearing his usual rumpled attire, though, he'll be laughed out of Sunperch. We should have sold him the fucking poncho. There's not much I could say about Gobley, but I could tell you what Gobley's been saying. The other day he was muttering about monsters prowling around agave jaws. That's the field where they gather ingredients for the mezcal. Their presence made it harder to procure said ingredients, and thus driven up the price of his product. A boon, some might argue, but it's hard to celebrate when it affects the work as it does. You can't bring joy to people if you can't keep making the thing they love. Oh, sorry, she's at the gate. Or... over here. Yeah, some of these performance issues I don't think are the game. I think it's... because I'm running the XSplit, I'm running the stream. I'm also recording it, so I think that's having something to do with it. I can fix that before the next stream. Optimize this a little bit. So what did you find out? Oh, we can make use of all those tidbits. The deal is as good as sealed. As for me, I found out where Gobley's working. There's a millstone at the top of the slope behind the distillery. You go on ahead. I'll bring Wok-Lamont. Oh, yeah, okay. That's a Gundam. Oh my fucking god. Alright, what do we got? It's the same one. Alright, yo, motherfucker. Give us a booze. You have business with me, sir? Why don't we talk down below so as not to distract the alpaca from his work? It's got a little saddle, he's turning a little lever. Now, what's this about? Keep it brief, if you would. I'm a busy man. We're in the market for a 3-year-old jug of premium mezcal, assuming you have any on hand, that is. Nope, I don't. Roll credits. Ah, an excellent choice. I warn you, though, it doesn't come cheap. We don't have Pel, but we can offer a sack of mate leaves in exchange. It's top-grade stuff, like the mezcal. No deal. Mate leaves are well and good, but I don't have any use for them. No deal? Just like that? Still, I'd hate to send you away empty-handed. Why don't we sit and chat a while over a cup of mezcal? Now the real bargaining begins. Which of our cards do we want to play first? Invitation to the palace. Let's hold on to that one. We should consider our timing. The monsters in the field? Or is that going to be our trump card? Okay. Well, I had a 1 out of 3 chance. I fucked that up. I appreciate your hospitality, but I'm afraid I can't hold my drink. I've heard one of your regular customers, Hubigo Chief, say the same. Seeing as not everyone can enjoy mezcal, I wonder if we might benefit from having another refreshment to offer. Something like mate tea, for instance, and brewed from the finest leaves, of course. You're right, absolutely right. I noticed a glowing reluctance on the part of my Hubigo friend, but I did not realize I myself was to blame. I must endeavor to be a better host. Still, even with that added value, no sack of leaves is worth the mezcal you're after. These fine leaves would make a very nice coat. Should we offer to call the monsters, causing them trouble? Not yet. Keep that card up our sleeve till we need it. As I expect you're aware, the rite of succession is currently taking place. That's why the third promise has graced us with her presence. When the contest is decided, the subsequent ascension ceremony and banquet will be a prestigious affair. If your mezcal were to be served there, it would bring your distillery immeasurable fame. Wait, could it be that your rumored invitation to the palace is to discuss that very possibility? As a matter of fact, yes, I must admit. I'm still reeling from the abruptness of it all. It would be a great honor and opportunity if I could secure the deal. I should think your exceptional mezcal would speak for itself. That said, there is no such thing as being too prepared, and first impressions last. You'll want to be wearing your very best when you walk into Valak Shunsa. You'll be ashamed to miss the chance of a lifetime simply for want of proper garments. I'm wearing the exact same thing as everyone else. That it would. Are you saying you have garments to offer? Something ideal for court? Nope. We have no garments on hand, I'm afraid, but we can provide you with the next best thing. An introduction to a weaver. Oh, yeah, connections. This is important information, chat. If you want to make it in the business world, you gotta do these things. His name is Balnak, and his works are highly regarded in Turialal. As a supporter of Wuklamat and a keen observer of palace politics, he will doubtless be happy to guide you in a selection of an outfit fit for the golden occasion. That is a tempting proposal, and one which I should like to take full advantage, but the scales still aren't quite balancing. Say, weren't there monsters running amok in Agave Jaws? There's a problem we could easily solve for you. Truly? I would be most grateful for your immediate assistance. I was resigned to hiring sellswords to clear them out. Factor in that saved expense and an introduction to a trusted reaver. This is shaping up to be a sound bargain. Alright, you have a deal. I knew you'd come around. Give us a moment and Kilrath and I will take care of these prowling nuisances. In the meantime, I'll use the time to pen an introductory letter to Balnak. The fields you're looking for are just north of Wachunpelo. Be safe. Yay, murder! Down or is it up? Okay, yeah, the hooves on grass sound is is getting a little weird. I was in the wrong fucking place. That should be Agave Jaws just over there. This'll go faster if we split up. Come and find me once you finish clearing out your share of the pests. Can do. Boyd. There's one down. Next. All right. Last one. And done. Ooh, one of the glimmers. This might be the Titania one, I think. Oh, there she is. Compared to the creatures I hunted with Papa, this was no challenge at all. Come on, let's head back to the distillery. All that's left is to give Mablu the sack of leaves, and we can seal the deal. No. Oh, a Drake. What in God's name is that? Queen Hawk. Oh, a tarantula hawk. Fascinating. These things are fucking terrifying. It's like that and the bullet ant that have like the most painful possible sting. I think it's the trench because there's the guy that like made the scale for painful stings and bites by just letting them bite him. And I believe the way he described the tarantula hawk sting is that it basically disables your brain's ability to do anything outside of possibly scream. No, Mablu. There we go. Those monsters were no trouble for you, it seems. Now, if I could just have the sack of leaves. Thank you for looking after our precious trading goods. Your monster problem has been resolved, Master Gobbly. Here are the mate mate leaves and written introduction to Balnock as agreed. And you can see from the blood spattering the clothing, my friends, they've killed a whole bunch of animals. Were they the right ones? Who knows? Then the deal is done. Here, your premium mezcal. Aged 3 years. Please accept it with my compliments. She just drinks it on the way. We finally had the mezcal. Great work, especially you, Mablu. You were the one that inspired me to come this far, Third Promise, but let's not celebrate until we have the saddle in hand. Mablu, is it? You drive a hard bargain, young peddler. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you, but truth be told, I'm just a ranch hand, for now. Should I ever become a proper merchant, though, I'll be back to strike more deals with you. That's some expensive booze. Nope, wrong person. Ooh, more paint. Ice blue, raptor blue. Raptor blue is a very nice color. Cactuar green is also really nice. Ice blue, I'm kind of curious about. I'll probably get that one. Even at the palace, I don't think I've ever held a 10,000 pel jug of anything before. My hands won't stop shaking. Here, you'd better hold on to it until we get to the saddle maker. Can you imagine if we dropped it and had to start all over again? Luckily, having space is not far. We just need to cross the plaza. What could possibly go wrong? This is it. The trade we've been working towards. Whew, still in one piece. Right, time to make our deal. Oh, sorry, I already sold the saddle. Get your tools ready, saddler. We brought your precious mescal. Oh, that's what mescal is? Oh, I completely fucked this up. I'm sorry. I meant... I don't know, I can't think of a joke. Wait, you actually got your hands on a jug? But you had nothing. A few measly clumps of wool. What we had was an aspiring trader with a gift for negotiation. Although I'd sooner aid no claimant but Zoralja, I cannot go against the guiding principle of the Pelu Pelu. The trade is a fair one. I will craft your saddle, their promise. Great! I'll get my stuff. Stay and wait if you like. I have all the requisite materials, so it won't take long. Your commission is ready. Catch a wild alpaca is never a simple affair, but you'll have an easier time with one of these saddles. Now, if you don't mind, I have other work that needs finishing. Ah, I can taste the smooth mezcal already. And that sweet acidic taste when it comes back up. We did it, the saddle is ours. And to think we started with only 100 pel basket of alpaca wool. Malba, you're going to be an incredible merchant. Thank you, it makes me so glad for you to hear you say that, Third Promise. We got what we came for, so let's return to the ranch. The others will be waiting. Success. We done did it. Where is ranch? Where is ranch? Ranch is here. You've acquired the saddle, then? Yes, and thanks in no small part to Mablu. Before you rush off to catch the alpaca, though, let me teach you how to saddle one. I'll bring out one of our wild-born friends so you can practice. I know. This is something I need to learn. Dramatic music starts. Should have like the fucking death stare, like dun 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 dun. Great sunken gods, I did it. Oh my fucking god, that's so fucking cute. He hardly seemed bothered, much as unkind to split, as if he was completely accepting of Woklamat's touch. This is because of the singular scent with which the saddle has been coated. Alpacas find it very soothing. And now we've put it on and wasted the saddle scent. You know, I've never taken a good long look at one of you before, but you're actually kind of cute. Kind of? You're only just noticing that now? Sir Aljah, he's back. What the fuck? Having done exactly what he set out to do. That alpaca he bought, is it just me or is it glowing? I've heard tales of such a beast. They say the golden alpaca lives a solitary existence deep in the valley, where it shuns the company of both man and its own kind. How did he manage to snag a prize like that? A beast knows its betters. Faced with overwhelming strength, it will yield rather than risk death. An apt illustration of how greatly the power of the first promise exceeds yours, Wukelmat. I could take him. Strength alone won't win him father's throne. I'll be the one to find the Golden City, and then Tural can remain at peace. An everlasting desire for peace can only be forged in the fires of war. To unite as one, the people must be taught. They must suffer the horror and hopelessness firsthand. Exhaustion from prolonged conflict, the wages of war's merciless nature. These are what moved the clans to join in the founding of Tuliolal all those years ago. Consider the younger generation of this village. Since birth have they basked in unbroken harmony. And behold, they regard war not as tragedy, but as opportunity. Thus does the resilient son seek to provide education. He offers much-needed lessons on the realities of conquest and a renewed appreciation for peacetime. 'Tis true that war's misery breeds a longing for peace. But I have seen with my own eyes what becomes of an empire forged through the violence you propose, the rebellions it spawns, and the ruins it left behind. Yup. The Garlean Empire was a congregation of simpletons. The oppressed fought back against their oppressors, as well they should. Men are not beasts. Only a fool would seek to rule over all with the threat of force alone. This is why Galul Jah did not elevate the Mamul Jah, why he treated all clans with equal respect. However, the first promise has his gaze fixed upon more distant horizons. He would not only unite Tuliolal, but the star in its entirety. But why? I need not explain myself to you. Well done indeed. The first promise has completed the feat of gold with an appropriately golden flourish. May I present with you your much-deserved keystone? He's always been like that, never sharing his innermost thoughts with me or even Koana. It's like we're not even family. I'll ponder Zeral Jah and his mysteries later. Right now, I need to think about finishing the feat of gold. I have my saddle, I practice how to use it, So lead on to where the wild alpacas roam. The valley of Orokonka in the north is northwest of here. Come on, everyone. Even if we can't enter ourselves, we can see Wuklamata off on her hunt. Keep doing it. I'm gonna keep doing it. Yeah, I like this guy. It's above, so it's this way. What's that fucking circle? Little, like, puffball. Chabameki. Is that a balloon? Is that a dirigible? Oh no, it's not a... It's a house. What is this? What the fuck is this? I don't know. Oh, I should be fucking... I should have been using the compass this whole time to find Aether Currents. I would have assumed I would have found them along the way so far. But I have not seen a single one. That's just something I'll have to do off stream probably. That's fine, that's fine. I can do this. I know I can. Cheer on as she marshals her courage. Okay. Suddenly I can accomplish this now. Because you did that. Oh, that voice is not at all what I did.
正直言って私はまだアルパカが苦手だ。できることなら近づきたくはねだけど王位を目指す奴がそれじゃダメなんだ。アルパカだって私らと同じこの国に生きる命。今度こそちゃんと正面から向き合ってくる。それじゃ行ってくるぜ。
さて、牧場に戻るか、それとも。
ここで待ちたい、私。そうね。ウクラマトさんも頑張ってるんだもの。せめて少しでも近くで待って。
The least we could do is stay and watch and laugh.
どれくらい時間がかかるかもわからない。天幕を張るから。
Oh, I'll help you pitch a tent, Aaronville. Ho ho ho.
Saすが腕利きのグリーナー。準備がいいわね。グリーナーって
世界中を飛び回って依頼された品を集めてくる職業のことさ。エレンビルは動物の収集を専門としているんだったね。
君ってサカトラルのシャトナ族だよね。どうして海向こうで働いてるの？
俺だって昔はトラル大陸を出ていくことなんて考えてなかったさ。だが何年も前、師匠からあるものを探してみせろって課題を出されてな。 その時それは狭い世界に閉じこもってるだけじゃ見つからない。海の外にだってどんどん出ていくといい。例えばシャーレアンにはグリーナーという職がある。世界中を巡り様々な文化、風習、自然に触れるんだ。そうした学びの過程で大切なものを得られた時、きっとそれは見つかるだろう。当時の俺はその言葉を鵜呑みにしてグリーナーになったってわけだ。
お師匠さんの一言で見知らぬ土地で働くなんて、その人をとっても尊敬してるんだね、エレンビルは。
そうは言ってもグリーナーの仕事自体が楽しくなって課題の方は棚上げしてたんだけどな。
Is his mentor Galuf? Maybe that's where her grandpa went.
ついに向き合う時が来たらしい。
まさか探せと言われたあるものって黄金鏡のこと？
ああ、継承の儀に乗っかる形にはなるが、俺もそこへたどり着きたい。
そうなのね。みんなそれぞれの目的があって黄金鏡を目指している。これは何としても見つけ出さないとね。
そうだな。
3 weeks later.
いくらなんでも遅すぎるよ。もしかして何かあったんじゃないかな、王女様に。
Or arrange a funeral.
捜索隊を出してもらおう。
待て、何か聞こえないか。
They get back and they're like, "Oh yeah, you're late. Science guy won. He's already king."
だいぶ体力を消耗しているようだね。無理もない。
よく頑張ったわね。
ひとまず天幕で休め。牧場は逃げ。
ああ、わかった。みんな信じて待っててくれてありがとな。
So I was having a conversation with someone about this, and who the giants are that we heard her father dealt with, that made like the bridge and the city and the fucking mountain. And it hadn't even occurred to me, could they be fucking Askians? Because actual Askians were super fucking tall. So I'm like, wait a second. Thought that was an interesting thing to consider. I'm so relieved the third promise came back to us safely, and the alpaca she tamed is a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the feet of gold. Hey, he said bring back an alpaca. He never specified anything else. Wicklamat still seems a bit unsteady on her feet. Hardly surprising after she spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what would melt fatigue away? Yeah, like magic, though. Mate tea. Unfortunately, we traded all of ours away. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time, and the tea will be ready when you arrive. So as Mablu widely suggested, we shall set a slower pace for our exhausted third promise. You can just ride your alpaca. Oh, fuck yeah. It's chugging. There we go. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to grab all the riding maps. And here we are. Came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along with the tea then. Wooklamat can't be that far behind. Or can she? Oh, that tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've kind of grown fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there's no mistaking a valley alpaca. I commend you for your success. Well done. We did it. Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zoral Ja did. Yeah, that one's just painted. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born once only every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single other person is known to have caught one before, that being Golul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? And so my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolal. In a time when the mountain giants, the Yakui, held our people in thrall. That sounds like Askians. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride their alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then came a young Golul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawn Servant. Our people were amazed by his imposing two-headed figure, equal to the Yakui in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Some trembled in fear, believing a new conqueror had come. Yet Golul Jaja showed no inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate leaves we offered him, and grew somber when learning of our plight. None could have anticipated what their visitor decided to do next. Golul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yakui's subjugation. He then turned an apprising eye on our riders and proposed we take the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who had traveled as he did, intent on fostering amity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Golul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with the Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. Then you may know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up to the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures. Well, an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise, and you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Malblu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Spit. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishment, but return to your keystone. This one is strawberry flavored. Five more to go. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Bablu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelud people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. Well, yeah. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, Wuklumat. You give me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. You're not my real dad. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk on my own path and make my own trades. No. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk the path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found your calling. The calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You'll make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, Third Promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then might I suggest you talk to Yakui? To the Yakui. They once ruled over far more than just the Urkopacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were overlords of Yogg-Saron and all its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for the City of Gold. They scoured every corner of the continent, but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the Yakui have to tell us? And where do we find one? They may not have found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all has me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving in how the legend originated. We've nothing to we lose nothing from asking questions. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, Krile, I have a question I've been meaning to ask. And since we finished the feat, where did you acquire that earring? My earring? Do you recognize it? Yes. Pieces just like it first became fashionable in Yogg-Saron around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become more common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey, yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Sure, there's more to its significance than simple fashion. If you don't know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddling business, eh, Mablu? Right, then. It's 2 keystones down. I say we head back to Tuliolal and plan our next move. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. We gonna get lit, y'all. And now we've properly met everyone involved in the trials. As far as all the other contestants. She has a fearsome opponent, her brother of hers. He even brought a golden alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zoral Jah's supporters talk. They might see an opportunity for his opportunity in his expansionist ambitions. But they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love Wuklamot. Everyone she meets will come to love her too. That's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. So you got Smart Cat, you got Villain Man, and other Villain Man who's going to be doing conquests to bring peace. So he's going to use war as a business to get elected. So I can end war as a business. He played college ball, you know. It feels good to have the Feet of Gold safely under our belt. Even if my victory pales beside Zoral Jah and his shiny golden alpaca, I know I shouldn't let it bother me. And gods know you've all been so supportive, but I want to be strong, or wise, like my brothers. To be a promise that people respect. Which is not likely if I stand here carrying on and on about things. Let's move on. Back to that place with us. The contest has barely begun. Nope. You. Get the big band going again. I'm gonna actually call it here with the end of this quest. That way tomorrow we can probably get to the first dungeon. Because this is starting to chug. I'm gonna change some settings, do some things, and maybe better optimize this. I should also probably eat something. So depending, I might actually be back tonight with a little bit more. We'll see. Look at us. The contest has barely begun. We already got 2 keystones. Surely even my talented brothers aren't doing this well. We can only hope. So the question is, what to do next? Mezcal Marinated Swamp Monk. So the question is, what is the next one? Gobbies, maybe? Or Moblins, as they're called here. We now won keystones from both the Feet of Reeds and the Feet of Gold. Sure, that means the approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem, by continuing to trace Galul Jaja's journey as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the Giants next, like Krele said. The fact that they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yakuis is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through Kazamauka. The route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since you'll need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. So we can call on the Moblins first, then. Let's head there right now. I'm afraid right now is going to be a problem. The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do, then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest in the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just be sure you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination. Of course. What do you take me for? Then as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Hot air balloon. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty bad when I took a swing at Bakul Jaja. That reminds me, I never got around to introducing you to Ropley. He's the man in charge of... Wachu Meki Meki. Oh, that's actually easier than I thought. And a good person to know. Want to come along? Let's go, then. Alright. So I'm gonna call it here for now. So we're, I think, pretty close to getting into the real meat here, because we're going to hit that first dungeon probably pretty soon. And then once you start hitting dungeons and trials, it's off to the races, so I cannot wait. I'm enjoying the story so far. I like the characters. I love the fucking Viper class. It's so much fun. We'll really kind of see it shine once we start doing dungeons and stuff. But, so that'll be it for me for right now. I'm going to have something to eat, and I might be back for more. So I will see you then, guys. Thank you all so much for being here. And, yeah, I will see you later. Later.